Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting. 18th of May is also Women in Maritime Day, a day that celebrates women working in the maritime industry and promotes the recruitment and retention of female employees in the sector, as well as draw attention to the profile of women in this sector. And I had that brought to my attention relatively late in the piece today by the female skipper of the large ferry I was catching and the bulk of the crew who also were young women. So certainly within the maritime industry, the women are making their presence felt, and thank goodness too, because we need more. The order of business today, we'll start with apologies, and we do have quite a lengthy list of apologies. I'll start with the ones I've got, and then we'll add a few more in. We have lateness for Mayor Wayne Brown, who's on council business, and Councillor Lotu Fully. We have apologies for early departure from Councillor Stewart and Councillor Williamson on council business.
And myself, please, Mr. Chair. And
we'll add Councillor Turner to that. And then we have a fairly lengthy list of people who are online and some of whom are not well. So, Duncan, do you want to read those out?
We currently have Councillor Darby, Councillor Dalton, Councillor Newman, Councillor Sayers, Councillor Hills, Councillor Stewart and IMSB member James Brown online.
Okay, so
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Move to accept those apologies by Councillor Walker, second by Councillor Simpson. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item number 2 is declaration of interest. Any declarations of interest for the business today? There are none. Item 3, confirmation of minutes. The minutes, the resolution is up there to confirm the minutes there. Moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Walker. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item 4 goes to petitions. There are no petitions to present today, which brings us to public input. There were four requests received, 3 accepted. Unfortunately, one was declined on the basis that Standing Order 7.7.4, there'd been a separate public hearings or consultation process and a decision made in respect of that. And unfortunately, that doesn't allow much room for manoeuvre after we check with Auckland Transport that indeed that consultation process had taken place. So that brings us to the first presenter today.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just in respect of that ruling, without going into particular detail around it, my understanding is that part of the consultation process, a very significant part, has still not taken place. And there are other mitigating factors. I can appreciate that the decision has been made, but I just point out that sometimes there is contrary information that's not always available to yourself or officers. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. In this instance, we did seek clarification from Auckland Transport on that matter, but willing to look into that further, Councillor Walker. So, first,
sorry, Mr. Chair. You've accepted a comment here, which I have to say is incorrect, and I think we need to be guided by Auckland Transport, Mr. Chair. And I contend the comment that's just been made by Councillor Walker.
Okay. That's exactly what I did say, that we sought clarification, so I don't think we need to prolong that matter any further. So we'll welcome to the front desk Neil Robertson. And Neil, you're talking about the train service to Huapai, and as Neil makes his way up, there is a PowerPoint accompanying this, and if councillors are having difficulty online reading at a nexus, we did arrange for copies to be emailed through that will make it easier to read if you want to look at your emails. Welcome, Neil. The floor is yours. We look forward to your presentation. The press the talk button and away you go.
We've got it. Now, okay. This is just a part of an overhead which was going to be presented somewhere else, but we're just going to take the top topic there, which is trains to Huapai. If we could just click forward. Okay, so the trains to Huapai, this is something that we're really campaigning for because we can't see any real reason why it shouldn't be. There's a railway from Swanson to Huapai. There's 2 stations on that railway that are unused. There's the Waitakere one there, the next slide, and the Huapai one there, totally unused. And the next slide will show you that there's a bridge that's just been built over that one there. And to the right of that bridge there, if you go to the next slide, there is 1,200 homes being built there for about 5,000 people. And I think that bigger development up there is probably a rest home place. So we can now get walk up to that railway station with that bridge, which is very handy. Currently, the public transport there is a bus that leaves at about 7 in the morning and gets into town at about 9:15. But if you want to catch a bus to go to Swanson to catch the train, it'll take you even longer to get there. So it's pretty unsatisfactory. Next slide, please. Okay, there are 8 of these ADL rail cars in storage at the moment. They ran the shuttles between Papakura and Pukekohe before they were withdrawn to work on the electrification out there. These could actually be reserviced for this job. Now, I spoke with Minister Wood about this, and he asked me through the RMTU to write a report on the feasibility of this. So we put a report together. I've actually got it here. I think I gave it to you, John, for pre-reading for everybody so that you could actually see it. And there's all the CAPEX and the OPEX and so forth, and all of the detail of how the operation could run. I think it's got an annual budget of about $2.3 million, which won't break the bank. There's a bit of CAPEX on top of that. Our engineers, and we've used consulting engineers as well, have actually designed fire suppression for these machines, as well as a front door egress to overcome any problems with the tunnel at Waitakere. We've also costed the removal of the tunnel at $30 million, if you're interested. That could actually also bring the road down to that level too, and be big improvements for the area. So we could actually run those for the service. We worked it out that it'd be roughly half-hour peak time and hourly thereafter, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that would be a fairly good service. Next slide, please. And we would actually do the swap like that at Swanson. Next slide, please. Now, that's the road that comes out of Huapai. It's a 2-lane road. It's carrying currently 36,000 cars per day. Next slide, please. The transmission gully is carrying 35,000 cars. The Waikato Expressway is carrying 20,000 cars. Puhoi to Warkworth will be carrying 24,000 cars. I can't understand why we are actually putting so much money into these areas here and neglecting Kumu Huapai. We're just turning our back on them. Next slide, please. That's AT's solution. A light rail sometime way off into the future. Yeah. Basically, it's doing nobody anything. At the moment, what we should be doing, and I was at the regional public transport planning meeting recently, and a guy from Kiwi Rail said that it's a freight line and we can't put trains on there at the moment. It's not. There's a freight train that goes up pre-dawn and one comes back at about 11 o'clock at night. So this is the perfect time, and it's not going to change for 3 years at least, 3 to 5 years before that timetable increases. And in the meantime, I think we could run a trial of using these DMUs running from Huapai to Swanson to improve the lot of the people in that area. Don't forget that it's not just Huapai and Kumeu, which is getting up to around about the 10,000 plus population, but the surrounding areas, Muriwai, Helensville, Waimaku, all of these areas, even some people perhaps down from Riverhead. The other thing is that it's actually a legitimate way of getting from Huapai to Henderson and to New Lynn, even if you're not going to the CBD. So I think that I'd like to see a lot more cars off the road. And we'll go to the next slide. And who wants it? Action Kumeu, which is the Residents Association, are campaigning for it. Property developers want it. One actually offered us a park and ride by the station. Fletcher Building wanted it, made a presentation to the MAT Select Committee asking for it. Many public meetings have pulled good attendance levels and illustrate good support for the rail option. In fact, I've never seen anybody come to our public meetings that wasn't for it. Environmentalists want it to reduce carbon emissions, road safety campaigners support it, the local people want it to avoid the extreme commuting that they are subjected to. These trains could eventually be a link to the proposed light rail system, so should be seen as not a temporary fix. That's probably about it.
Thanks very much.
Tony's just got one more thing to say, I think.
Yep, if I can get this on. Here we go. Just with regards to the travel between Papakura and Otahu and that general area, when the rail line is going to go down for some considerable time, they're talking about rail buses, which are never a very good solution for that sort of thing. When you consider that the stations along that line are some of the heaviest used stations on the rail network in Auckland, and I think that we need to be looking for another solution, whether it's running a single line of, even if it's diesel, but single line transport through from Papakura to Otahu during the period that they're doing the reconstruction down there.
Thanks very much, Tony, for adding that in. We've got a few questions here, folks. We'll try to give as many, but we obviously can't have everyone have a shot unless people keep it very succinct. So the first councillors up are Councillor Baker and Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, guys. Just in regards to have you had, with your discussions with the Minister, have you had a discussion in regards to the hybrid trains? And so it's something that David Warburton, as the Chair of, or CEO of Auckland Transport, did a few years ago. And I note that on the 29th of April, it was announced that they are looking at hybrid trains in Wellington with 90%, according to the media, funding from government. I don't know whether they'd fit through the tunnel, but would also be a pretty good cross-regional thing. Have you spoken to the Minister? I have, but I'd be interested to see whether you have.
I haven't actually subsequently, but we did, this council actually put in a request a few years back for something like that for this service. It was turned down by Waka Kotahi, and last time I was here, we all agreed that we would all talk to the Minister. I have been talking to the Minister since about that. Rather than going for the hybrid, he liked this idea. So that's what we went for. So, well, this is what he asked for. He asked for this as a feasibility. But I agree. I think, you know, it would be quite nice if we could actually order some on the back of that. It would be good.
Ken?
Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really supportive of this, and it's important for the Waitakere, Henderson, Massey, New Lynn area as well. You know, down that motorway and stuff. I'd written some things down just as you were talking, like the cost of removing the tunnel compared to the cost of widening. Is it?
Yeah. Okay. About $100 million to bring it up to world standard.
To widen it.
Yeah.
And only 30 million to remove it.
Keep it.
Okay. Double tracking. I know this is a test you're talking about and stuff, but the single line is the root problem, is it not?
Sort of. There is crossing loop at Waitakere, and we've actually worked out a timetable that would actually give us the equivalent of. It'd be slightly uneven. It wouldn't be bang on every half an hour. It would be probably 25 minutes and then 35-minute changes and so forth. And it would be based on the fact that in peak hour, all the passengers would be going that way, and there wouldn't be any ability to get off at Waitakere. To solve that problem, we'd have to put a crossover point in the middle and extend the platform. It would be quite simple to do that, and that would actually solve that problem. We've actually costed it to actually go all the way from Swanson to Huapai electrified and double track. That's $200 million. So this is,
I've got lots of other questions. Could you please just make sure we contact with each other so that,
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. So I'm noticing your priority campaigns. Why wasn't it a priority, in the opinion of your organisation, to look at the State Highway 16, which has a catchment population of well over 100,000 people in Te Atatu, Massey, etc.?
Highway 16. It's on the plan to be motorwayed, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm not trying to be, difficult. I'm just saying you've got a list of priority campaigns. I'm wondering why that's not a priority campaign.
No, it's not.
Okay. I guess I can't take that any further, Chair.
Oh, well, no, okay. Yeah. They're a public organisation, I guess they've got their priorities they set themselves. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Motorways aren't the solution to everything.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I find history really interesting, and I think back to 1998 when the then Mayor of Pukekohe, Heather Maloney, said that the people of Pukekohe would never use rail, and she refused to be part of those that wanted to be part of procuring the corridors for rail. It seems to me that what you are presenting in a modern day context is really the situation, that the dilemma for the people of Pukekohe back in 1998. So do you see parallels with the way in which these things have evolved?
Yeah, I think it's part of the Auckland's legacy of not actually using rail. And I think a lot of Aucklanders don't believe that we can do that. And that, as I say, roads are usually the solution, extend the motorways and things. Whereas, we can actually do a lot better sometimes by just utilising the rail properly. Yeah.
I think also that things have changed a lot since that time, to be fair. Up until the COVID situation, when it all went haywire, the usage of transport had increased dramatically. So things were working quite well. Pukekohe to Papakura, they wouldn't be electrifying the line between Pukekohe and Papakura if there wasn't a demand. So, and the traffic from Papakura into the city is huge. So I think that things have changed a little bit since 1998.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I was trying to highlight is the fact that sometimes it just requires a little bit of leadership to kickstart these things.
I agree.
Okay, thank you for that. We will be forwarding the presentation and the study that Neil referred to towards Auckland Transport, and Auckland Transport officers are here in attendance, so that will come as a consequence of your presentation. We'll have to move on, folks. I think if there's anyone that wants any further questions, there are a few other councillors. You can perhaps take it up with Neil and Tony offline. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move them. Yeah.
I did put a motion to, seconded by Councillor Fletcher.
As you know, Councillor Walker, we can't make a decision as a consequence of public input. So it will follow the appropriate course with the appropriate advocacy from this committee, but we can't move that, I've been told by the committee.
I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Yeah, okay, moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Call up the next presenter today is Peter Dunlop and Simon Jones, who'll be talking about transportation to and from the ports of Auckland. I see it's Peter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hi, my name's Peter Dunlop, and next to me is Simon Jones. The headline is as on the screen. I have prior knowledge of how Ports of Auckland works as being a former director, and I've always been interested in various options to remove the congestion and the substantial number of heavy trucks which pass through the edge of the CBD in and out of the port. The easiest part of running a port is taking the cargo on and off ships. The most difficult part is distributing it and receiving it into the port.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And look, in terms of this proposal, just a very brief summary of the parties behind this proposal. As I said, Peter is a former Director of Ports of Auckland. I'm a former CE of Sealink, the red car ferry operators. And as I said, we also have an Australian team who are behind this proposal as well.
As we all are aware, the part of the current discussions around the port, should it exist, should it be moved, should it be closed down, what should happen, this is all a medium-term project. However, at the moment, the congestion and the number of trucks coming in and out of the port continues to increase, and there is serious consequences which we'll get to. However, we're of the belief that there's a relatively simple way to remove the vast majority of these trucks directly in and out of the port, is by operating a shuttle feeder service from the port through the Tamaki River to a transfer facility at Highbrook, very close to the Southern Motorway.
Thank you, Peter. And look, here's a description. So if you look at this aerial map here, you can see Ports of Auckland at the top part of the diagram, and you can see the journey or the voyage from Ports of Auckland down to following the yellow marker line down to Highbrook in East Tamaki. 80% of container traffic, freight volumes that come into Ports of Auckland go south. They go to East Tamaki. So this is about using the sea as opposed to congesting inner city arterial, strategically important and congested roads.
A quick calculation on what happens is you've got one of these container barges, which is purpose-built, and I should mention they'll be electric, so not diesel, would replace approximately 60 large container trucks per voyage. So 60 trucks into the port and 60 trucks out. There's 120 fewer truck movements through the fringes of the CBD per voyage of a vessel, which can operate 24/7, and possibly we think possibly 4 voyages a day. So multiply 4 by 120, you're up to over 600 roughly. So that's what we're looking at in terms of 4 containers.
Just a quick touch on what we see as being some key proposal benefits. Obviously, congestion, estimated to cost Auckland $1.3 billion per annum. A huge contributor to that are slow-moving heavy trucks, reducing emissions. Even at a diesel level, the electric-powered barges are 4% of the emissions that would otherwise be focused on trucks. Reducing road deaths, serious injuries. Trucks and cars are what causes the most serious injuries. Defers need for huge investment in upgrading interior or should I say interior approach roads to the CBD Auckland, Spaghetti Junction. There are billions of dollars set aside potentially to accommodate increased traffic volumes. Another benefit here by achieving this, by moving containers directly from the port instead of through the roads to East Tamaki, it frees up part of the port for alternative recreational and commercial use, and we're very confident it will also allow Ports of Auckland to achieve its projected volume increases.
These figures here give you some comparisons between costs and between road and using feeder barges through to East Tamaki. They're relatively accurate and use some information from various public sources.
This is an example of it's called a Ropex cat, or it's a catamaran. It has a very shallow draft, around about 1.8 metres only. This vessel here, single vessel here, would take 102 cars. So at the moment, cars are moved out of Ports of Auckland on the back of car transporters. We're simply saying those car transporters can stay within the port and drive directly onto this barge and this catamaran and drive directly out of this barge. It's a drive straight through vessel, but 102 cars instead of the alternative, which is thousands of truck movements through a week, gridlocking into up Stanley Street into Spaghetti Junction.
These figures are from some information obtained from Ports of Auckland. The Auckland is primarily an import port. The exports are mainly on the smaller Pacific Island trades. The imports quite often come into Auckland and then are distributed from Auckland warehouses further south. So our estimate, based on the information, is that there are just under 900,000 container truck movements per year in and out of Ports of Auckland, main terminal down at Ferguson. The expected growth of the port is approximately 5% per year. So we're talking in 30 years' time, that being in the region of 1.6 million truck movements in and out of the port. The current imported car volumes are approximately 250,000 cars. The information we have, there's the average is 4 cars per truck, which equates to roughly 100,000 truck movements in and out of the port per year. And as we've said, 80% of these movements go south. As an example, the two major vehicle logistics companies both have their terminals based in Highbrook and Manurewa. So they've got to take everything from the port down to exactly very close to Highbrook. There's also a significant volume of bulk which comes into Auckland currently, roughly 1 million tonnes, which is 80,000 truck movements. We've not really put that in the presentation because Winston Wallboards are moving their production to Tauranga in the next 6 months, and one would hope that the large volume of coal going into Huntly from Indonesia will reduce, and we understand that the target for it to disappear is approximately 2025.
Could you, don't mean to press you, but could you round up your presentation now, gentlemen, please?
Yeah.
Move it on.
Just go back one.
Yeah, so look, touching on, we don't need to run through these, but this particular proposal aligns with many published Auckland Transport, Ports of Auckland and Auckland Council proposals, or should I say outcomes. We just see very, very strong synergy.
There's no real reason why this can't be progressed relatively quickly. There's obviously some infrastructure issues to be researched, and there's which include the Tamaki River, the Panmure bridges, the whatever. But we can't see any negatives at this point in having a very detailed investigation into the viability of operating this service, and we would hope to have the backing from the council and AT and Ports of Auckland to go ahead with this.
Okay, thanks very much for your presentation. Gentlemen, we'll give you a couple of quick questions now. Councillors Ferry, Simpson and Walker. Please make them precise.
Kia ora, thank you. What consideration has been given to the impact on other traffic in the harbour, in particular ferries? We have a lot of problems with that coordinating with cruise ships at the moment. So what impact do you think this might have in that space? Thank you.
Where the port is, the commercial port's located, that's to the east of where the cruise vessels operate, so there's no conflict. And because we're running across to the Tamaki River, we're not in the same routing as the Waiheke ferries. They take a different course across the harbour.
The Pine Harbour ferry, for example, and I'll plan to expand the ferry service. Anyway, just something worth considering. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks. I think this sounds really great. I've got two quick questions for you. Time is money. How quickly can you get that ferry from A to B versus the time it takes to drive? I know it's more efficient, you get more on the barge, but just, I know that in the freight industry, time is money. And my second question is, Tamaki River is used quite a lot for students rowing. Are the ferries able to operate at night?
Yeah, the voyage time each way we think would be, depending on speed restrictions, would be approximately 1.5 hours, 1:15, 1:30. And obviously in the Tamaki River there is a speed restriction, and secondly that the vessels we're proposing are built to minimise wake. So obviously at a slower speed and with a good hull form, then wake coming off the vessels would be minimal with recreational vessels or rowing vessels or kayakers or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Walker.
Are there other ports that have a facility like this?
Sorry?
Are there other ports that have a facility like this?
Correct. Yes, there are. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This will be getting referred, like the last item, to Auckland Transport and the ports. There is a couple other councillors. If we could make our questions quick, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Councillor Philippina and Councillor Fully.
Chair, just I'm assuming it would go to Ports of Auckland as well. That's all. Thank you. Done.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies for lateness, gentlemen. Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, because when I was on the Otara Papatoetoe local board, we were presented with something very similar that was supported by the previous mayor, Phil Goff, and it had been worked through somewhat by staff. So I'm wondering if this is the same project or is this a different project to that one?
No, it's not the same project, because my understanding, and I could be wrong here, is that the vehicle companies, the auto logistics and car carrying, they had a rudimentary proposal sort of in play where they were looking to use barges just to move cars.
Yes.
To East Tamaki, Highbrook, which is where their facilities are. We've in mind taken that, but expanded it to involve containers as well.
Okay, all right. So I'll just then ask the same questions our local board asked back then. Were just concerns around whether you've looked at the effects on the waterways, the Tamaki estuary and the Ngāti Otara Lake, and also the land that abuts those waterways, because when we looked at those plans, there were potential negative effects on the reserves that abut those waterways, and in particular the Ngāti Otara Reserve that our local board area uses. You know, thousands of students and children use that on Saturdays and weekends for sports. And there was a potential for negative effects on that for any proposal to run barges. And this is an expansion of that. Have you looked into those negative effects to the environment?
We've looked at them, but we need obviously more input. But the way we see it is that the barges would go further up past where the reserve is. And there may be some dredging required, so that we could actually use some of the dredging material to expand the footprint, you know, to enable it to come out into the top end of the Tamaki River.
Yes, because there were concerns about the depth of the water and things like that as well. So it's good to know
The vessels are only very shallow. They're only 2.53 metres, so dredging would be insignificant, really, in the greater scheme of things. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think thanks for the questions, everyone. As with the first presentation, you know, there's some really good proposals here. So we will be sending it to Auckland Transport. I think there'll be an opportunity for us to dig down a bit deeper in detail. So we've got a motion to thank and to note that fact that this will be going to AT and Ports of Auckland. So moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Filipaina. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Our final presenter in public input today is Liam Venter, and as Liam makes his way to the front desk, Liam will be talking about selecting the right mass transport system for Auckland. Welcome, Liam. You've got 5 minutes. Is there a PowerPoint accompanying this one? No. So Liam will just be speaking to it. You're familiar with the apparatus there, Liam. Welcome, and away you go.
Okay. It's been quipped that I want to talk about the Auckland Light Rail project and the alternatives. It's been quipped that the Auckland Light Rail project is the project that Aucklanders don't want and the rest of the country doesn't want to pay for. Why should Auckland councillors be scrutinising this project now? The government's paying for it, after all. If Auckland Council are going to be unwilling participants in this project, you don't want to be unwitting too. Auckland ratepayers are taxpayers as well, so we contribute to all of the costs. We have congestion stifling Auckland's productivity that we must address. Distractions are not a good idea. There are real and significant costs that Auckland Council will need to find funding to meet for the project. Whether Auckland Council likes it or not, you and your CCOs, especially Auckland Transport and Panuku, will soon be wading knee-deep in this project at some considerable financial cost to the Council and ratepayers. The project will consume masses of Auckland Council resources, finances and focus. This is the largest infrastructure project ever attempted in New Zealand, by some margin. You won't be able to form even a thought without the Auckland Light Rail project in it. How much has the Auckland Council budgeted for this? The costs for the unfunded and ancillary projects to make this project functional will fall on Auckland Council and will soon be some percentage of the cost of this multi-billion-dollar project. I made a list of them, I won't go through it. The couple of key ones, though, is the integration with other transport systems in Auckland. We don't want an orphan. If we integrate whatever we do in new transport systems with existing ones, we get a result that is greater than the sum of the parts. If we don't, we end up with an orphan. There's required functional infrastructure changes to support the change in use and patronage around every one of the proposed 18 stations. The Auckland Council will be meeting the bill for that. 14.6, 29.2, $50 billion. These are literally incomprehensible numbers. Most Aucklanders paying rates and mortgages on inflated property values between $1 and $2 million can comprehend $1 million. But $1 billion, $1,000 million, is incomprehensible to us. These are extraordinary costs, so we need extraordinary achievements, relieving Auckland's stifling productivity congestion. Auckland Light Rail's business case talks of an expenditure of $14.6 billion at a P50 risk. Treasury took a sceptical but assumptive approach to the financial risk assessment and just doubled the figure to $29.2 billion. They gave it a P100. There is scant information in the business case which was only released under an OAA request, and it's still hidden away on the Auckland Light Rail project. Last time I looked, you couldn't navigate to it. You had to know it was there and use the search function to get to it. I've read through the business case, and much of it's been redacted, particularly around costings. I can see the risk of releasing information. Property developers with potentially privileged links into Panuku could gain considerable commercial advantage on the knowledge of the station locations and expected purchase cost of land and rights of access. Rights of access is a big issue. $1.72 million for the rights of access under the George Corps building for the CRL project. Previous to that, the average paid was $69,000 across Auckland. Now that that's out there in the public knowledge, everybody knows what to ask for. 14.6, 29.2, $50 billion. If the goal was to get to and from the CBD to the airport, it would be cheaper to build another airport closer to the CBD. And Wayne could definitely sell the airport shares. Tommy Parker has advised Treasury's estimate of $29.2 billion was not considered in the business case and has acknowledged there is no business case if costs exceed the figure they worked with, $14.6 billion. Extrapolating from our most recent project, the 3.45 kilometre, 100% tunnelled CRL project, we can possibly project some expectations for the cost of light rail. Core infrastructure, approximately 13 kilometres of the 24-kilometre route will be tunnelled, nearly 4 times the distance of the $5.45 billion CRL tunnel project. That alone comes to $21.8 billion. This figure doesn't even begin to assess the other major costs of the rest of the project, including a Mangere harbour crossing, a further 12-kilometre of ground level track to the airport, etc., etc., etc. It is very unlikely the project can be completed for $29 billion, which is why I have injected the figure of $50 billion into the conversation. So what would we get if we go ahead? The indicative business case acknowledges there is no business case without housing intensification along the route. We are told it would take 6 to 8 years to build. We get a single route servicing an as yet unestablished demographic. In 6 to 8 years, it will provide no relief to our existing productivity, stifling congestion, or any of our existing demographics. We get a complete distraction and loss of focus on what we need to be doing now. No one would argue that our Northern Busway has been a huge success. A continued focus on building out our busways into a modern city-wide bus rapid transport system will cost less than a single route of the light rail project and continue providing us with relief as we build it. We need to encourage the government to stop wasting money on the light project now and put their offered investment into building out our bus rapid transport system. I have collated the characteristics, pros and cons of BRT versus light rail in the review I supplied yesterday. It is designed as an introductory primer to the conversations we need to be having now. Because my engineering qualifications, infrastructure design and provisioning experience are in an unrelated field, I have not attempted any engineering analysis in my review of options. Unfortunately, I collated and typed up the notes that I think have been disseminated and that I put together over the last few months, but I was collating them yesterday with a broken finger due to my own personal transport choices. And so it was a bit of a rush to get it for the presentation, but I do have an updated version of that if anyone wants to see it. But there's quite a bit of detail in it, and it would be a great primer for anyone wanting to know what are the pros and cons of each solution for Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Liam. Do we have some questions for Liam? Yes, Councillor Walker.
How do you see Auckland Light Rail will integrate with other transport systems?
It's a good question. I think I briefly mentioned that if we integrate whatever we do with the rest of the system, we get something that's greater than the sum of the parts. We have a problem with Auckland Light Rail. Currently, it's projected to be to have its final terminal at Wynyard Quarter, which is miles away from our other transport hubs. We need an interchange points between our existing CRL project, our ferry service, our future harbour crossing and things. We don't know what the future harbour crossing will be at this point, so we don't know where light rail should go at this point, so we don't even know what it's going to cost because we don't know where it's going. I would suggest that we have the Britomart parking building downtown that we're considering selling, and it would be premature to do that. It's beautifully located close to the Central Rail project, and no matter what, whether we went light rail or whether we went with building out our bus rapid transport network, that would make a great hub and interchange point because it's got walkways going across roads directly to the current downtown train station. So we need somewhere central for an interchange point, otherwise we can't integrate the system. So if we don't use the Britomart, what are we going to use? Where are we going to have this? Where are we going to put the hub where we interchange? So for integration, we need to be thinking a little bit further ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
Question really is to Mr Ventnor. What do you wish this council, this committee, how do you wish this council, this committee to respond to your presentation?
Good question. I think it's really important that we don't get distracted by a project that's probably going to have the plug pulled on it anyway. I think everyone's realised the Emperor's not wearing any clothes already, and I'm probably talking to the converted. But we need to get the government to stop. The council needs to talk to the government in the strongest possible terms and tell them what Aucklanders need, and encourage them to put their offer of investment into the areas that we need rather than perhaps a boondoggle.
Thank you. I just make the point, previous two public input items were referred on to Auckland Transport, and the chairman rightly ruled that matters subject to public presentation may not be debated. However, apart from shuttling them on to AT, we can ask our own chief executive to investigate matters raised. And I think if you look at the terms of reference of this committee, the matters raised, all of them, come under the ambit of Auckland Council, not just us as a sort of a retailer or front shop for AT, but as a strategic body in its own right. And so under the standing order, we may refer these items to the chief executive for investigation, and that would really mean our own transport strategy people to have a look at and consider. Thank you.
So Councillor Lee, of course, you're quite at liberty to move that very point in terms of the recommendations here. We've got to refer the presentation to Auckland Transport and the Auckland Council Transport Strategy Team.
I think so. Otherwise, they may as well cut out the middleman and go down the road and talk to the AT board.
All right. So we'll refer the presentation to Auckland Transport and the Auckland Transport Strategy Unit for consideration. Moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Turner. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Liam, and thank you to all our presenters today.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council.
Okay, proceeding with the meeting, ladies and gentlemen, and I would just say on that that feedback or response, thus far, Auckland Transport have been very good, I think, in coming back to us with responses to presentations. So we will hope that it's more than just a pro forma move. It's actually something that has consequences conceivably for our agendas going forward. I know that's certainly the view of Councillor Fletcher. So that was public input, everyone. Thanks for your questions. We go to the agenda. Oh, sorry, we've just got a couple of formalities here before we do so. There is no local board input and there are no extraordinary items, which takes us to item 8. And you will have noticed the absence of the Mayor and some of our presenters, not least of which is Kiwi Rail and Waka Kotahi, all of whom are on a call with the Minister of Transport. So we've had to reverse the order a little bit, or change the order a bit, and that means that the first item up today is water care, which has been brought forward. So we'd like to welcome Steve Webster, Chief Infrastructure Officer at Watercare, and we're going to receive an update on Watercare's services on its capital program and some of its major infrastructure projects, which we haven't had for some time. So welcome, Steve.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Chair. This presentation is reasonably short. We have a particularly large infrastructure program, so there isn't a massive amount of detail in here. To be honest, I could present to it for hours if we really needed to about what we're doing. But so I've tried to condense this and give some examples of some of the things that we're trying to do. So we'll just move to the first slide. Oh, right, I've got it. That's easy then. Fantastic. I just wanted to make sure that an understanding how we look at our business. We have a very strong purpose in our business. When the water is healthy, the land and the people are healthy. We have some core, what is our core business in water care. And our core business is reasonably simple, like many businesses are. Maybe complex delivering it, but it's the core business is pretty simple. It's about our people and our customers, our capital program. Our operations, we need to better operate our assets to deliver the services that we have. We need to be financially stable, we need to understand our finances and drive value, and we need to have very, very strong partnerships. Now, our capital program sort of sits in the middle of this, and which we'll talk about today. It's linked to all the others as well. Our capital program delivers assets that our operational team operate to provide the services that we need to provide to Auckland to operate today and to flourish into the future. The capital program is a significant portion of the cash flow of water care, and therefore we need to be financially prudent and understand our costs when we're delivering our capital program. The only way we can deliver a multi-billion-dollar capital program is to have really strong partnerships. And we have partnership models for delivering our capital program, and we have an enterprise model. We're just going out to the market again right now for all our renewals for the next 5 years as term contracts, and that's happening as we speak. Partnerships are very important to us. We are moving to a regime though where it's not just with our designers and our constructors. We are partnering deep into our supply chain. So all our major suppliers, our membrane suppliers, our chemical suppliers, our pump suppliers, our electrical supply chain, we're building very, very deep and strong relationships with them, because what we can get from them is items around how we can reduce carbon, how we can reduce our emissions, how we can reduce our cost, how we can reduce the timeframes in delivering our capital program. So these partnerships are very, very important to us. It's not something we do particularly well in New Zealand. It's my opinion, right? But it's also, to be honest, it's talking to the industry. It's sort of the industry's view as well. We need to get better at getting partnerships and understanding partnerships in our business. Can I have the next slide, please? And I think there was one just before that. Maybe it didn't make it. Okay, it didn't make it. So the next slide was actually around our asset management planning. Just to, I guess, confirm, our asset management planning is very similar to Auckland Transport, it's very similar to Auckland Council, not a lot different. We have outcomes. We build an asset management plan. The asset management plan is a list of projects that we deliver to meet the outcomes of our asset management plan. So moving on now to the recent flood events. My understanding is you're maybe keen to understand where we're sitting with that. We were impacted by it, as many other asset owners in Auckland were, and across the country. We've stood up a dedicated flood recovery team. That team integrates with the council's flood recovery team strongly. We we have a full database of everything, all the projects we're going to need to be delivering over a period of time. Currently that stands at 187 as of a couple of days ago. Those projects are in different phases. So some are in, well, the majority have finished first fix. So that's getting it moving again, for a simple term. The second phase is final fix, so that's a permanent fix for the asset. So if it's a slip, fix that asset, remove the slip, bolster the slip, retain the slip. If it's a pump station, maybe replacing control panels or switchboards, or upgrading some pump sets that are sitting in a pump station. And then we're going to move on to adaptation, and we haven't started that yet. Adaptation is where we have assets that we need to adapt for the future. We now know what happens when there's an extreme weather event in Auckland, and therefore we need to design our assets, some of these assets, to respond to that. Now, many of our assets, in particular pump stations, we can't move because they're at the end of a gravity main or a gravity system, therefore a pump station is where it is, and for us to move it would cost a significant amount of money, and also typically cost us a lot of additional cost and operating cost to run those pump stations. So what we're doing is we're looking at these, and I'm using pump stations as an example, we're looking at some of these pump stations that were inundated during the flood, and we'll adapt them to the future. And that may mean changing some of the design of that pump station in situ, or it may mean just bolstering up the externals of the pump station to put a border in place so that we stop water egressing into the pump station when another event happens, because it will, and we know it will. I think we all know it's going to. So there's kind of those three phases: first fix, permanent fix, and then adaptation. We haven't started the adaptation yet. We're working through that right now. Next year, we believe there'll be about an $80 million capital expenditure in flood response. That will be tempered by our insurance claims, which we're working strongly with the council on. We have a similar, well, we have the same insurance policies, so we're working with the council on how we can, council family, on how we can access that insurance. So it's $80 million minus any insurance claim that'll come through next year. The next slide, please. In fact, I think I got my slides backwards. So I've already spoken to this, so we'll go to the next one. So this is our capital investment for the next 10 years. So the important thing with this slide is not the graph, it's the 10 years. We plan a rolling 10-year capital program. We plan an AMP for 20 to 30 years. In fact, we plan for 50 to 100 years. But our capital program, we roll a 10-year cycle. And we do that because if we don't do that, we will not deliver the value we want out of this capital program. If we have a short-term focus on a capital program, you get short-term results. You get high cost, high carbon, you get less ability to develop people in the marketplace, develop our own people, develop our contractors, develop our consultants. So we plan our infrastructure program on a 10-year rolling plan. And that's something we do every single year. We just roll it out for another 10 years. While we have processes which we have a 3-year LTP and an AMP that gets updated every 3 years, we're always projecting ahead for that 10 years, the delivery for 10 years, so that we can see it coming, we can develop those real relationships and partnerships with our supply chain, because they're not really interested in 1 year or 2 year or 3 year. The only way they can get better and invest is to understand what's coming for the next 10 years rolling. So for Watercare, and for any infrastructure owner, that's really important. That's the other key point of this the graph itself, is the bottom orange line is a central interceptor, large project. It's coming off, over the next few years, it'll be completed, but you can see our total capital program continues to climb. So to put it into a perspective, in 2027, we're going to be delivering, our capital program has $1.4 billion sitting in it. And that's what we need to deliver for growth, for resilience, to improve services and to renew assets in Auckland, to allow Auckland to continue to grow and thrive. 1.4 billion, probably 96%, 95% of that is infrastructure. So the other 5% is computers and other aspects, office equipment and things that, and equipment for our lab. But the majority of that is infrastructure: pumps, pipes, reservoirs, meters, and treatment plants. To put that in perspective, the Central Interceptor gets a lot of press. Okay? It's a big project. It's 1.1 billion. It's over 6 years. In a few years' time, we're going to be delivering the equivalent to a Central Interceptor every year. So that's what we're gearing up for as an organisation. And that's why we plan for 10 years, because we have to. You can't do this reactively. You've got to plan for a full 10 years. Moving on to the next slide, which is the Central Interceptor. It is a mega project. It is a large project. It's a big tunnel. It's not as big as CRL, of course, but it's big in our world. It's not just a tunnel, though. It's multiple shafts, as you can see on the diagram. Those orange dots are each one of those are the shafts. Some of those shafts are 90 metres deep. It is a complex and extensive program. The blue line for the tunnel from the bottom, from Mangere through to Keith Hay Park, you can see we're nearly at Keith Hay Park. Tunnelling's going particularly well. The other blue line on the left-hand side, we're just by which says New Lynn, that's one of our link sewers, virtually complete. Another link sewer at the top there on the, up about 2/3 of the way, three-quarters of the way up. It's just about, we'll be starting pretty soon. And then we'll just continue with the tunnel right through to Grey Lynn. It was originally going to Western Springs. We extended it to Grey Lynn. We've now extended it further to Point Erin. And this is a fantastic example of utilising assets and infrastructure assets, or equipment and plant and people, to roll a program on and on. So we're moving out to Point Erin, and that's part of the Healthy Waters Water Care Joint Western Isthmus program that we're working on together to reduce the overflows into the harbour. It's part of another multi-billion-dollar project or program of works, and this is a decision we've recently made to extend the tunnel from Grey Lynn to Point Erin. That Western Isthmus program is going well. We're working very, very closely with Healthy Waters. In fact, it's a great relationship, and it's starting to really hit its straps. And we're planning now the whole of the Western Isthmus delivery. We've been planning it for a while. We're now starting to to get consents and we will be letting contracts very soon. That photo is a recycled water plant. That's a plant that is being developed by the Central Interceptor team. So this is taking wastewater from Mangere and treating it, and it's currently being treated to non-potable use. It's being used on the project. It will be used on the project, and ultimately that will add some more plant to that, and we'll be able to produce potable water out of it. Now, this is not water we're going to inject into the system. It's our start of our next water source, which is highly likely to be, which will be recycled wastewater. But that's in a number of decades before that happens. So we need to start on the journey and really get to understand it. So the Central Interceptor have agreed to and have developed, and using international expertise, this plant, and it's now up and running. So if you ever want to go and have a look, please do so. It is our future, Auckland's future. It's at Mangere Treatment Plant. Next slide, please. Just some examples of projects. This is part of Lucy Moore Park pump station, part of a transfer tunnel that we're putting in place. A reasonable sized tunnel, 5 kilometres, I believe, of tunnel. That's about a third of the Central Interceptor length. That's going from Warkworth through to Snells Beach, our new, or Snells wastewater treatment plant. It's a tunnel, yep, from Lucy Moore Park. It's part of circa 350 million we're investing in Warkworth. We're not just investing in Warkworth for growth. We needed to replace our wastewater treatment plant, and the next slide shows that. At Snells Beach wastewater treatment plant, we're building a new treatment plant there. We needed to, as part of our new consent, which helps to clean up, which will clean up the Maharangi River, we have an ocean outfall, which we've already built. The new consent meant we couldn't our discharge into the Maharangi River, which is absolutely the right thing for us to be doing. We're now discharging in an ocean outfall, and we are building, so we're building this tunnel and we're building a wastewater treatment plant at Snells. So a significant investment in that northern area, northeast area. There's some data in there I'm not going to go through, and this is the Snells wastewater treatment plant which connects it all up. So from this plant it goes to the ocean outfall, and that transfer pipeline from Warkworth, tunnel from Warkworth ends up at this treatment plant, and all the waste from that Warkworth area will be treated through this new treatment plant. Now that treatment plant is a new technology, is advanced technology. The discharge effluent is of a very, very high standard, and it is our new standard for treatment of wastewater in Auckland. Now the next slide, please. So one thing I didn't mention earlier is part of our capital program is we have a vision of 40-20-20. We're looking to reduce our carbon, built carbon by 40% from how we were building in 2018, 2019. We're driving to reduce our cost of our program by 20%, and the majority of that savings built into the capital program. And we are looking to improve health and safety and wellbeing 20% year on year of anyone that's involved in building our infrastructure. That's not just water care, so that's all our contractors, all our designers, and all our subcontractors and supply chain. This is an example of one of the successes. We've got a number of successes of delivering 40-20-20. There was a pipeline due to be built between the Ardmore water treatment plant and the Readout Road reservoirs. The Readout Road reservoirs are a very important asset for Auckland. A large percentage of Auckland's water comes through those Readout Road reservoirs. We had pipelines going from the Ardmore treatment plant that we were struggling to maintain because we didn't have the resilience in those pipelines. So the strategy was to build a new pipeline. We re-looked at that strategy. There's already 3 pipelines there. We re-looked at that strategy and said, well, actually, we don't need to build a new pipeline. What we can do is we can provide interconnection between the current pipelines, and that allows us to shut portions of each one of those pipelines down, and then therefore we can maintain them, therefore we can provide the resilience we need. That was a $60 million saving on a $122 million project, greater than 70% embedded carbon saving. And the health and safety savings associated with this are, if you look at health and safety as a linear relationship with hours worked, which it typically is, we are reducing the hours worked on this project by about 70%. So we've reduced the possibility of an injury or a fatality on this project by a significant number. And that's what we're driving at with our 40-20-20 vision, is to do exactly that. We want to do this across all our projects, as many as possible. We will have projects in our AMP, and we're starting to identify them, that we don't think we need to build. So that's 100% reduction in carbon and 100% reduction in cost. Now, there's not many of those, of course, because our AMP is pretty well defined, but we are looking now, and we believe we will find some projects that we won't need to build. So that's really the embodiment of how you can reduce carbon and reduce cost. We go to the next slide. The Pukekohe wastewater treatment plant was opened on the 3rd of May with a blessing. This plant is an example of our new, the way we treat wastewater now and the level of treatment we have. This was in discussion with mana whenua and iwi, where our original concept for Pukekohe didn't meet the expectations of the community in iwi. And looking back on it now in hindsight, rightly so, right? We needed to get better. And so we put some new technology into this treatment plant, which is a similar technology we'll now be using for future treatment plants, which makes an enormous difference to the treated effluent that's discharged into our environment. And that was in consultation and discussion with our community in iwi, and it has set a new benchmark for us. That does cost a bit more money, but ultimately it is the right thing to do, absolutely the right thing for us to do. So very, very proud of that treatment plant. It doubled the capacity. Unfortunately, we are going to have to continue to grow the capacity, or not unfortunately, it's fortunately, I guess, of the Pukekohe treatment plant. So there will be further projects on the coming for the Pukekohe treatment plant. Next slide, please. Just a couple of photos. Left-hand side is Mairangi Bay. We're building a new pump station there. We had an open day. We run a number of open days on our projects. Central Interceptor has very, very successful open days. It has a lot of public interest, and it's part of our partnering with the community, so that the community can understand what we're doing and why we're investing and what benefits they are going to get. So, it's about the outcomes, not about the inputs. So very successful. They are always successful, and they're usually oversubscribed. The right-hand side is the Helensville wastewater treatment plant. That wastewater treatment plant ultimately needs to move because sea level rise and where it is. But we needed to do some work on, we had some compliance issues with it, so we needed to do an upgrade, a temporary upgrade on it. All this equipment can be reused, by the way, it'll just get lifted and shifted. It's an example of the digital journey we've been on. We've moved dramatically over the last 3 years in our digital journey for construction, and that journey reduces our costs, reduces the time of construct, it improves the ability for our constructors to actually deliver on time. And we're pushing very, very hard to digitise everything. We're moving towards having digital rehearsals of all our construction.
Which is the one you lived in?
Pardon?
Which is the one you
No, sorry, we can lift and shift it. So we've built it we've upgraded the treatment plant at Helensville because we had a couple of compliance issues on it. So we invested some money to upgrade that to meet compliance. We can lift all of that new plant up and shift it somewhere else and reuse it somewhere else. So it's not a wasted investment. It's an investment we will utilise somewhere else. It's a standard technology. It's a technology that's used starting to be used internationally. It's called an MABR. That is the biggest installation in the world of an MABR. So it is a technology that's beginning to get traction. Very, very high quality treatment, and we've built the largest installation so far in the globe. But it's a new way of for treating this type of waste in New Zealand. So that's gone particularly well, that treatment plant. We needed to move pretty quickly on it. We partnered up with one of our partners, Fletcher Construction, and a designer, and we built that that was a cost reimbursable build, not a lump sum build, and has gone particularly well to budget and to plan for a fast track project. So we're very, very proud of what we've done there. I think that may be it. So any partai.
Right, thanks very much, Steve. Very comprehensive presentation. Got a few questions here. First from the Water Care Liaison Councillor, Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Very interesting. 3 questions, a couple of parts to them. You're reaching really deep back into your relationships, way down the supply chain. Does that mean you're reaching over present relationships to suppliers and, cutting those contracts in pieces? Are you reaching overseas in those supply relationships?
We have a number of supply chains that are international supply chains, so yes, we do that as a matter of course. We are reaching beyond what we have typically done with our contractors and our designers, yes. So we'll, as opposed to our contractors supplying some of the gear, we are reaching into those supply chains and really getting to understand them. In some cases, we are buying the equipment ourselves. And the reason we do that is because that enables us to have that relationship with that supply chain, and we can then access their low energy offerings, their carbon reduction offerings, and their innovation that they bring. And we can make a decision as a client whether we want to take a risk on that or not. Generally, a contractor won't do that because we ask them to give us a fixed lump sum. And we're very rigid about our timeframes, therefore risk-taking for our contractors. They sometimes, quite often, don't have the same ability as we have to take a risk on something.
I'm just aware that Cast Iron Pipe Company in New Zealand is closing because their major customer is Water Care. I just wonder, council contracts have to have social requirements in them. I just wonder if Watercare has the same requirements on them to have a social conscience.
Yes, we do, but we also have a very strong cost conscience, and I mean, I can't really talk about that particular instance because it was a long negotiation. But,
just, you're replacing 70% of your labour and hours on a project. What are you replacing it with? How are you delivering?
So that original project was to completely, to build a new pipeline from Ardmore through to Reservoir to Redoubt Road. The reservoirs of Redoubt Road, very long pipeline. That meant going through paddocks and streets and properties. What we've done is, instead of having to build a new pipeline, we've interconnected the pipelines that are currently there, because there's multiple pipelines already there. The reason we were looking to build the pipeline is so that we could improve the resilience of the current infrastructure. And the resilience was fundamentally how we could maintain the current infrastructure. So we're not building a new pipeline, we're just building some interconnections between.
So the 70% reduction is actually under-speccing what was wanted in the first place?
No, so we get the same outcome. We absolutely get the outcome we were driving towards. We're just not building a pipeline.
Okay, thank you. Last question. This whole presentation, has it been duplicated with Entity A? Because all this, why are we talking about 10-year funding here when, our relationship between council and Watercare, is up in the air? So I know there's movement about where Watercare could be going. Is this question about all this funding having a parallel universe, running parallel with what it could be in 12 months' time?
Well, ultimately, the funding that Entity A provides is up to the new Entity A and DIA. They're working through their models right now, and that'll tell us that will effectively define the price path and the capital availability. We are not stopping. We can't. We can't change our program and just decide we're going to plan for a year. So we're just continuing to plan for 10 years. If something changes with Entity A, we'll change our plan. But right now, we're just planning for 10 years.
No, sorry, the question wasn't, was it changed with Entity A? It's just, if what you're trying to do for 10 years is as important to Entity A as it is to us, correct? Right now.
I can't speak for Entity A, but my assumption is yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Simpson?
Yes, look, thanks very much for that presentation. I think you've got a huge growth program that obviously peaks at 2031, and 96% of it is for growth, so that's great. But look, my question, for Aucklanders is right now, so how would you characterise the current state of your networks after the, 5 now rain events? And are there still major concerns with any of the plants or pipes, and how vulnerable are we to any further events, for example, this year?
So where we're vulnerable, not vulnerable, where we've got real concerns. Muriwai is a real concern to us. We've got a treatment plant there that is gone. We're still providing water, but it is a temporary solution. So that is a real concern for us. We need to assess what we're going to do there, and if we're going to rebuild there, where we can rebuild. We need to supply water to Muriwai. We have to continue to do so. That's probably our current real issue, single issue. The remainder of the works that we're doing, 187 projects, we'll just work through them, and they'll all be done. With respect to, are we still vulnerable? Yeah, we are still vulnerable in some of our pump stations because we haven't had a chance to adapt them. So if we have another rain event like we had earlier this year, we will get inundated again. But I think we could say that for many, many assets in Auckland. It is going to take a number of years to bolster and to adapt some of those assets. And during that time, we just run the risk that it'll happen, that we'll get inundated again. We've got a very, very very structured and rigid incident response process, and we enacted that during the recent rainfall events, and we were able to bring the majority of our assets online very, very quickly. Muriwai, unfortunately, is not one of them, but we have been able to supply water.
Yes, no, that was really good, the way that you kept fresh drinking water going. But one more follow-up question. So are you saying by 2031, when you've done these big projects, that we will be quite future-proofed for any major events? Is that, is it just capacity that you're looking at, or is it capacity and ability to withhold storm events?
And so it's both capacity, resilience and adaptation. So yes, that investment allows us to adapt a number of our assets. We can give you an example of one we haven't got a solution for yet, but we're working towards it. And Mangere is a classic. It's right at sea level. We've got a major plant there. What's our answer to that? We will have that answer soon because there's multiple solutions for it. So we don't have all the answers, but yes, we will be resilient. Can we guarantee we're going to be 100% resilient to any event that comes? No, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Right? But our resilience will improve significantly over the next 10 years.
And how old was Muriwai? How old was that? How old was Muriwai because it failed? How old was that? Was it really old?
The plant itself?
Yeah.
I can't answer that question. No, I don't know.
Oh, was
it? So it's
pretty old.
Pretty old,
Okay.
yes.
Please don't know.
Councillor Filipaina?
Kia ora, Chair. Tēnā koe, Stephen. Ngā mihi ki a koe mo tō kōrero. Just thank you so much for your comments. Firstly, I just wanted to say congratulations on the Central Interceptor team with the e-trucks. Well done in regards to that. My question is similar to the Deputy Mayor's, and that is around the resilience for any weather event. So most of the PowerPoint we've seen is around floods, the cyclone. Your comment around whether we get an extreme heat event, that is the part my question is, how resilient do you think we will be in the event that occurs? Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Are you meaning a drought?
Well, yeah, definitely heat, drought, whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
The resilience. Wow, that's why I thought, I didn't want to say drought because of what happened. That's why it was a extreme heat event.
Yeah. So extreme heat, short-term events really wouldn't impact our system at all. I mean, we may have a few electrical issues and supply issues, but in general, that won't have too much of a concern. It's a long-term heat events that really start to impact us because it's water supply. Now, after the last drought, we built some more resilience. We built the Waikato 50 plant, which provides some resilience during drought, so we can extract more water out of the Waikato. We've recently gained a further consent from the Waikato, so that gives us the ability to extract some more water from the Waikato. So last time we're going back though, make that really clear. We've made it very clear to everybody. That consent also gives us a better ability to work through the summer period. The old consent reduced our ability to take during the summer events or when the river was below a certain level. We now have the ability to take more water, so that gives us more resilience during a drought process. We don't have any more dams, so if there is a drought, we don't have any more dams. We will need to go to our aquifers and to the Waikato. What I can tell you right now, though, is we are 99.9% full in our reservoirs, and the summer coming, even though it's a fair way off, we're very, very confident about the summer coming.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina, for that positive feedback, and I confirm my tank's running at 99.9% retention rate at the moment too. Councillor Walker, could you finish off the questions?
Yeah, so I've got a question around multiple wastewater overflows that are occurring around Auckland at storm events, at pump stations, but also in particular when manholes pop and often these are on private property. So this is happening now on a regular basis. Can, one, those locations be identified? Two, is it possible to have a maintenance program so that instead of those property owners having to get in touch with you, and sometimes it's difficult for someone to come along and clean it up, and bear in mind this is wastewater we're talking about, so parts of their properties are being contaminated. So two, can there be a regular clean-up proposition within your maintenance scheduling? And three, is it possible to have some signage at the particular beach or in the particular vicinity? Because these are health hazards. The hazard exists on the property, and then it exists in the stream or the like. So 3 questions there, thank you, that are all related. And there's some immediacy around this because I'm getting it in the neck from people around this. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been particularly prevalent in the last months, right? We have had a significant number of wastewater, wet weather overflows. I do want to make it very clear, these are not dry weather overflows. So these are not overflows of raw sewage. These are overflows of an inundated system that has both stormwater and sewage on. Right? So can we identify them? We know where the majority of these overflows are because we have a history of them. So yes, we do identify them. We know where they are. So our operations team and our infrastructure team understand where the overflows are. Occasionally a new one arrives, and I can't tell you how many or whether there were any new ones during the recent flood event, but my suspicion is there probably was something we hadn't seen before because of just the amount of rain. So yes, we can identify them. Maintenance, the current way we operate is where there's engineered overflows, after an overflow event, we go and clean up and review it and look at it and make sure that it's operating in a correct manner. The manholes that do pop, and they do pop, we know they pop. We don't have a structured maintenance regime because we don't actually know where they're going to happen. So we do rely on reports coming in, and the public is very, very good. The public inform us on a regular basis if something happens, and we got numerous notifications during the recent storm event. So our way of operating there really is to go and clean those up as they occur, because there's so many manholes in the city, and not that every manhole pops, because they don't. It's only a small percentage. A maintenance program would mean, we would have to know. Well, we have to know where they are, which ones have popped. So that would be quite difficult to do. So we do rely on a more of a reactive.
And do you accept responsibility? Because I know of people that are being messed around, frankly, and this is happening now on an ongoing basis. So when there's a storm, their manhole pops, the sewage floods their property, they've got to get in touch with water care, and sometimes they get messed around, and they don't want to have to do it because it requires expertise.
Yeah. Look, all I can do is apologise to anyone we've messed around, and if we have, we should absolutely take ownership for it. And if we're not responding, we should take ownership of it.
Right, I think that's a pretty emphatic response. Thank you, Steve. So that's the end of the questions. We have a recommendation before us just to receive the update from Watercare. So we've got Councillor Baker moving it, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. Does anyone want to talk to that? I think it's a pretty comprehensive review there of Watercare's activities. No, so it's been moved, it's been seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate your input here today. I think we'll have one more item, ladies and gentlemen, then we'll have a short break, if that's okay, because we have got quite a few reports to get through. And so we're bringing forward the update on the Eastern Busway project. And as the team are coming up there, I'll just remind people this is a pretty significant project that's funded by the government and Auckland Council and the regional fuel tax. Confirmed budget of 1.3 billion. So we're dealing with some pretty significant funding here. Funding are confirmed for stages 2 and 3, but an application is still required for stage 4. So before us today, we have the team there. I think it's led by Jane Small, AT's Group Manager. So welcome, Jane. Maybe you can introduce everyone, and over to you for the presentation.
Is that working? Yes. Kia ora tātou, everyone. So with me I have Tom Willits, who is our AT Owner Interface Manager based in the Alliance. So he provides the interface between AT and the Alliance that is made up of Jacobs and Fletcher's, Asiona, ACOM, who are the 4 participants along with AT. And I have Dean Coots with me as well, who is the lead designer based in the Alliance, and his home organisation is Jacobs. So we've just got a few slides we're going to take you through. That's a great photo there of the sod turning, and then we'll just move to the next slide, please. I won't take you through the agenda in the interest of time because I know we've only got a 10 to 15 minute slot. So just if we move to the next slide. So just to set the context for the Eastern Busway, sort of building on the success of the Northern Busway, it provides a link to the east. So you'll see in blue that it connects the rail link at Panmure through to Botany Station with a dedicated busway. And the other blue line from Botany to Auckland Airport is what we call our Airport to Botany project, and that is currently going through a route protection process. So there will be a full dedicated busway from the Panmure station through to Auckland Airport and feeder services into that. It's expected to carry 18,000 passengers per day in 2028, so that's about 4 times as many passengers as we had pre-COVID. And in terms of carbon, there's an annual reduction of around 2,000 tonnes of greenhouse emissions and a reduction of 7.5 million vehicle kilometres travelled, so quite a significant impact in that space, and that's by 2028. Just move on to the next slide. I'll just talk you through, so this is the project itself, and I'm going to hand over to Dean in a minute because we have a flyover, so 2 videos to show you, which will actually show you the route as it moves through, which has been prepared. But the purpose of this slide is just to put it in context. So the first part from Pakuranga Town Centre through to just before the Edgewater station that you'll see there is what we refer to as EB2, and you'll see some reference to that as we move through the presentation. From Edgewater through to the eastern side of the Te Rakau Bridge, and there is a new Te Rakau Bridge that is dedicated just for the busway being constructed. That's what we refer to as EB3R, EB3 Residential. And then you'll see from the eastern side of the bridge there is a loop through Burswood, and it moves further forward to around Guy's Reserve, so just in that Huntington Park area, and we refer to that as EB3C, and then the next section is EB4I. So I'm going to hand over now to Dean, who will just take you through the flyover, and that will give you a better view of the project.
Thanks, Jane. Hopefully someone can press the play button. Here we go. So what we're going to do here is just drop down onto Te Rakau Drive, and behind us is Pakuranga Road, and this marks the transition from EB1 to EB2. So the start of the scope of the Alliance. On the left-hand side there, you'll see coming up is Pakuranga Station, servicing Pakuranga Town Centre and Reeves Road flyover in front of us. It's at this point the alignment of the busway changes, so from the left-hand side of the screen, buses come under Reeves Road flyover and will be central running from this point. From here, the flyover is just going to take a left-hand turn and we go into William Roberts Road. This is an extension of the existing William Roberts Road down onto Te Rakau Drive. And the purpose of extending William Roberts Road in this way is to allow us to close Reeves Road and construct the flyover. And you can see here just the transition between the new extension of William Roberts Road and the existing William Roberts Road. Flyover will take us up here, and the road you can see near the top of the screen is Pakuranga Road. We'll just turn around to the left here and give you an idea of what it's like to travel on Reeves Road flyover. So Reeves Road flyover, a structure of approximately 550 metres long. We did a lot of work on this to value engineer it, change the structural form, straightened up the alignment, which you'll see here, which then means less impact on nearby properties, including Tatui. And so pretty pleased with the outcome there in terms of reduced costs. From here, the flyover will take us round to the right, and you can see it drops down onto the southeastern arterial. The purpose of the Reeves Road flyover is to effectively grade separate the intersection at Reeves Road, and that allows better reliability for the bus services. It also helps reduce traffic around Pakuranga Town Centre. Okay, so if you can go to the next slide, please, and the video there. So this is the EB3R section you heard Jane mention before. Just to the east of Reeves Road flyover is where this video starts. Again, busway is central running along this section of the alignment. And you can also see dedicated footway and cycleways on either side of Taraka Drive here, all along this section, in fact. We're just coming up here to Edgewater Station. And around this area, we got quite a bit of feedback from the community, which I think was really good and helped influence our design here. We got feedback that it was the Edgewater shops were really important to the community, and so we worked hard with the design to make sure that those shops were retained, and had to change the design quite considerably from previous versions. We also got feedback that the community wanted to retain one of the signalised intersections at Edgewater. Again, the team has taken on that feedback and done a great job of incorporating that into an updated design as well. We're just coming in here to Gossamer Station, obviously at Gossamer Road. Like Edgewater Station, this is a split platform, so not directly across from each other, but provides good access to River Hills Park as well at this location. And that's it for the fly-throughs.
So just in terms of the project benefits, I've outlined there around the public transport uptake and also the carbon benefits, but the key thing is it's a reliable 40-minute trip into the city. One of the other things that we are particularly proud of and have been working really hard on is the relationship that we have with Eke Panuku. So we have been working on the use of the residual land that is acquired for the purposes of the busway to ensure that that land will be ready for development as soon as the busway is finished, or even during the busway construction, and various things like access to the residual land, services, that type of thing is being taken into consideration as we build the busway. And we have a dedicated person from Eke Panuku who sits within the Alliance to ensure that that's happening. The reduced congestion is particularly important for Aucklanders, and that's where the Reeves Road flyover comes in. And the other key benefit is the 12 kilometres of walking and cycling facility that is being provided at the same time as the Alliance. I won't take you through the other benefits, you'll see them there, the increase in mode share and the access for more people. Just if we move to the next slide, a brief outline of the construction timeline. So at the moment, work has commenced on the extension of the William Roberts Road, and the key reason for that taking place first is to enable the Reeves Road to be closed, and so that the Reeves Road flyover can be constructed. And Tom will take you through the construction program later in the way it's been staged to ensure that there's the least amount of disruption for people who are using the network during the construction period. In 2024, so Reeves Road is planned to be closed at the end of this year, and then construction of the flyover will start in 2024. And during 25 to 27, the work will continue sequentially down towards the Botany Town Centre. Just in terms of the final part, which is what we refer to as EB4, currently the busway will finish, so a dedicated busway will finish around the Guys Reserve, and there will be a bus lane that runs from that point into the Botany station, and the existing bus stops in Botany will be utilised, but they will be slightly upgraded, and until such time as there is funding available to complete the rest of the busway. Just in terms of construction progress, we just move to the next slide. Again, I won't spend too much time because we've talked on this, but it's just to update the committee as to, so the stormwater upgrades are currently occurring, and this is work that we're doing in conjunction with Watercare and with Healthy Waters. So the stormwater works, the Watercare works that are currently taking place are the increase in size of the Howick Loop Main, so that's been done at the same time as the busway. Obviously, I've talked through the William Roberts Road extension, and just in terms of 2024, the Reeves Road closure, and then you'll see that those various roads will be progressively opened and as throughout that year. So that's just the construction program there. I'm just going to hand over now to Tom, who's going to talk you through the way in which it's been staged. Next slide. Oh yes, actually, sorry, I forgot this one. So this is just an artist's impression of the Reeves Road flyover, and we will refer afterwards, but we are working at the moment with our mana whenua partners around the designs for that, because of course a flyover is, from an urban design perspective, there can be difficulties with what occurs underneath it. And the environment that creates. So there is a lot of work being put into what that will look like, and mana whenua are working with us very closely on that to ensure that it is an area that is attractive and remains attractive to the community and is able to be utilised. Oh, we've got budget. So just in terms of the budget, I'll take you quickly. Now this budget is what is currently contracted. So we are operating with what we call two TOCs, or total outturn costs. We have negotiated the first one, and the cost of that is 616. It does say there plus 10.7. Actually, the 616 million includes that that extra 10. So the total contracted amount with the Alliance at the moment is that 616. We have spent 77 million so far. That is just within the contract cost. We have also spent around $130 million on land, and there are some additional costs related to AT in the larger figure that has been spent to date. Currently, we are tracking within the budget, but mindful that we are at the beginning of the project. But at the moment, we are working very well within our budgets. Just if we can move to the next slide, just to give you an idea of the acquisitions that have taken place. We had nearly 200 properties to acquire, which we commenced at the beginning of last year. Currently in EB2, we have just 3 property interests to acquire. We have acquired all of the land for EB3R, and we have 12 properties left for EB3C, so that's the section that runs around the back through Burswood there. And for EB4, the purchase of those properties is delayed until we have additional funding. But the property program has been working very well. It's fair to say that the current property market has been very much in our favour. So, and I'll just pass you over, finally we'll pass you over to Tom.
Thanks, Jane. Morena all. One of the benefits of working within the Alliance delivery model is that we can set key results areas to really focus on what's important to the project. One of which being customer experience for Eastern Busway Alliance. And the focus of that, or one of the key focuses of that customer experience KRA, is to reduce disruption as much as possible on local stakeholders, road users, local businesses, people in the community. So we've done quite a lot of work on the construction strategy with that in mind. As what was shown on the design slides earlier, we're effectively creating two new additional lanes of traffic, which will constitute the busway. And in order to do so, we've purchased and acquired the majority of the land to the south of Tirako Drive. And that's what's shown here in that first slide. So the construction methodology along Tirako Drive effectively uses that southern area of land to initially construct two new running lanes. And that leaves the existing Tirako Drive operational, so it maintains the existing number of running lanes on Tirako Drive while we construct two new lanes to the south side. If we then flick to the next slide, with those two new lanes constructed, we can move traffic onto those two new lanes, allowing us to actually construct the busway lanes in the centre of Tirako Drive. If we move to the final stage, once the busway lanes have been constructed, just flip to the next slide, please. We can then turn our attentions to the northern side, where we can finish the works on what is currently the existing carriageway. So obviously, during that process, that allows us to reduce the amount of impact on road users as much as possible along Tirako Drive. And if we flick to the next slide, that's the final solution that we end up with. So we've got the two westbound lanes to the right-hand side of the slide, the central running bus lane, and then the eastbound running lanes to the north side of Tirako Drive. At Eastern Busway Alliance, again, with customer experience and communities at the front of our mind, we've got a brilliant stakeholder engagement team who are regularly in communication with the local community, elected members, the local board, etc. One of the key items that we've had feedback on is the raised crossings that we were proposing as part of the design. Simeon Brown, MP for Pakuranga, held a public meeting in early April where we held the public's views on those, and we received feedback on those raised crossings. We're in the process of evaluating that feedback, reaching out to heavy haulage companies and emergency services in order to re-evaluate and just ensure that those raised crossings are the right thing for us to do. And we are aiming to provide that response by the end of May. We just flick onto the next slide. Again, this is just a slide showing how we're engaging with the community. We meet on a monthly basis with Mana Whenua partners. We hold regular meetings on an individual basis with stakeholders and businesses, and we also hold group meetings as well. So we're always out and about in the community explaining what it is we're doing as part of the project. And as a consequence of that, we've had some really positive feedback from the community, both on how we're communicating regarding construction, but also the project itself. I won't read those quotes out, we can read them on the screen, but those are effectively quotes that have been provided as part of our EB2 and EB3R notice of requirement submissions from members of the public. Anything on that point, I'll hand back to Jane for benefits.
So I have referred earlier to the Mana Whenua partnership. We are working very closely with our Mana Whenua partners, and we were very pleased that they have submitted in support of the consents. And we are continuing to foster that relationship and look on how we can build on it as we continue through the project, not just with regular meetings, but actually in a more meaningful way. Just if you could move to the next slide. Again, I've referred to this earlier, but we're taking as far as we can a dig once approach. So as part of the project, we need to shift utilities. There are some key stormwater and wastewater utilities in the area. Both Watercare and Healthy Waters are taking the opportunity to do what we call betterment work at the same time. So work has commenced, as I said, on the Watercare Howick Loop Main, which is in William Roberts Road. So the idea of this is to ensure that there's not sort of in 5 years' time or just after completion of the busway that it's been dug up, because there are other utility works that need to take place. Just if you could move to the next slide. In terms of sustainability, again, it is really important to the Alliance and to AT. In the removal of the houses, we have managed to relocate a number of the properties, not demolish them, and a significant 59.4% of the waste stream has actually been sent to and utilised for other projects. So things like hot water cylinders, wooden floorboards, windows, all of that type of thing has been utilised through a company that is able to on-sell that type of material. And just in terms of the fuel, in terms of fuel consumption, there are various initiatives across the Alliance to ensure that electric vehicles are being utilised to the extent that they can be, and there is a lot of work that's done within the offices that are occupied by the Eastern Busway to ensure that we are meeting our sustainability targets, and we are working towards an ISCA rating for the project. I'm just going to hand over for the last slide to Dean, and this relates to the safety improvements that have been achieved through the progressive design of the project. And Dean, if you just want to take them through that.
Thanks, Jane. So what this shows is the outcome of measuring safety using a safe system assessment tool. This graph breaks the alignment up into different sections and plots the safety improvements as we go through the design. Lower scores is what we are after. The blue bars on the left of each section are the existing corridor out there at the moment, and the yellow bars to the right on each section are the existing design. What you can see from this is a decrease in the risk, in the safety risk, compared to when you compare the existing corridor as it is now to the new design that we'll have when it's fully open. And what this does is demonstrates the reduction in safety risks for all transport users along the corridor. One of the outcomes I'm most proud of about how we've developed the design.
Thank you. That's the end of our presentation. So any questions?
Yeah, sure. So thanks very much, Jane, Tom and Dean. And I should have just mentioned before, with this project and also with the Watercare presentation, Barry Potter is attempting to arrange site visits for councillors that are interested to pick in a number of the projects that we see in the committee. So questions, we've got a few here. Councillor Turner, Simpson, Williamson and Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just about the safety and all that sort of stuff, I note again bus stops in the middle of the road system, and I'm very conscious of Te Aratu and the northwestern busway, which is even more sort of condensed. We talk about grade separation, we talk about the challenge between the different ways of travel. I see no evidence of underpasses there so that you get your pedestrians out of conflict with the vehicles. Is this not, because it's a new thing, is it not a good time to do that?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and you raise a good point. That is one of the options that, not necessarily underpasses, but the overbridges are an option that was considered in terms of keeping people safe, getting them to the stations. There's some significant cost implications for that, and also has some impact on land adjacent to the corridor. And so the solution that we arrived at was the raised tables that you saw in Tom's slide. And they are positioned specifically around the stations to make sure that people can access the stations on signalised intersections with traffic slowing, so reducing the safety risk.
Surely in a multi-billion-dollar thing like this, the raised tables, which are quite costly in themselves, you know, we're affecting the safety a percentage you could achieve by making that compromise, and we're also affecting the efficiency of the vehicle travel for private vehicles.
Yes, so just to add to Dean's comments, there has been a full analysis of this done. Raised tables are the recommended safety improvement. In terms of the impact on vehicular travel, it's around 8 seconds from a raised table. And the issue that we have with underpasses is that there are real concerns from a safety perspective. People tend not to use them. So you find that they are crossing the road regardless, because actually, particularly for women and other more vulnerable users, they're not well lit, they can attract undesirable elements that are not very savoury. And overpasses, Dean's referred to the cost, but actually the key thing is too around accessibility. And there's also a visual impact in that environment. So going forward, this environment will be quite different. There will be many people coming out and crossing the roads from the stations. And so the team has spent quite a lot of time looking at the balanced safety approach for the corridor, and the 3 raised tables that are proposed at the moment are considered to be the best solution for this environment, particularly looking at what it will look like in the future.
Okay. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair. Look, thank you very much for your very detailed presentation. My question is about the Rees Road flyover, because Te Tuhi is part of our Contemporary Art Foundation CCO, and obviously you know that there is a Michael Perekowhai sculpture there. Can you confirm that you're talking to the stakeholders around that, including the gallery, and that sculpture will be fine?
Absolutely. I could refer to Tom because he deals with them on a daily basis, but we are working very closely with Te Tuhi, and in fact they have submitted in support of the consents, and there's been a lot of work done to where that sculpture will be relocated to in conjunction with them. Yeah, and in fact in the flyover we didn't point that out, but should have, but you can see it. So
yeah, just to add what Jane says, we're in regular contact with Te Tuhi almost on a daily, weekly basis, and that is one of the key topics for conversation, exactly where that will be relocated to, as well as all the other. Yes, it will. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Williamson online.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a couple of minutes with this because I've got quite a lot of questions. My history with this whole project dates back many years. First of all, congratulations for putting up the comment that we're really keen to see the Rees Road flyover come, and we certainly are. But I want to let councillors know that back in 2015, the then chairman of AT put out a press release saying it would be delayed for at least a decade. Huge kerfuffle occurred from the public, massive public meetings. AT then finally put out another press release, we're sorry, we didn't mean it and it won't be a decade. That was 2015, and today we hear that the Rees Road flyover will be operational in 2025. I got a feeling that's a decade. But I want to also raise some concerns that actually flow into Councillor Bartley's patch as well. I argued very strongly at the time that if you cut the Rounder Lagoon Drive down to 1 lane so that you can put this incredible busway with an incredibly wide cycleway and walking way for which there are almost no cyclists on it, you will wreak havoc with the motor cars, because we've got 2 lanes and we're going to go down to 1 and it's already not coping. And I can tell you now, and I see Councillor Stewart's online, we come home regularly down the Ellerslie-Panmure Highway, very regularly, last night for example, and the GPS just says avoid Panmure, try to go somewhere over and get over to the Waipuna Bridge. The delays around Lagoon Drive, the absolute blocked, locked and stopped is shocking. But if, as Councillor Stewart will confirm, you do try to hang on for the very, very, very elongated drive, you will pass a cycleway for which you are very likely not to see a single cyclist. And you will see a number of double-decker buses, which I've photographed and filmed if you would like the evidence, or you can come with me anytime and sit on that, for which the bus has only one person in, and that's the driver. And so I want to know that we don't only get the sort of gold-plated, look, it's a fantastic busway and it's great to have, and we're going to have a cycleway and a walking way as well. I'd love to see in this presentation some numbers which show what the increase in congestion has been for the motor car, because I think it's been horrendous, and I had forecast that in advance, and now it's happened. And anyone that wants to try and get through that Panmure roundabout and down onto Lagoon Drive and off to the Pakuranga Howick Road at night, you just are literally wasting your time. So can I ask, this is the question, could I ask that we get some data, some load factors for the buses by time of day and direction? And can we get some congestion figures presented to us to show what the delay is every morning on the way in and every night on the way out, because Lagoon Drive having been brought down to one lane? Because if you're doing benefit cost ratios, it's not good enough to just go on about the benefits and how good things are without showing what the damage and the detriment that's been caused has been. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Would someone want to pick that up, particularly as it goes to more information on the load factors on the buses and congestion figures? Do you have any information?
I don't have that information to hand, as in the past load figures. I do know that one of those particular routes is one of our most, number 70 is one of our most successful routes in terms of passenger uptake. That was pre-COVID, but I can certainly get the team at AT to supply the current congestion figures, and we can look at supplying information which we have sent before to other people around the utilisation of the current bus services in the Pakuranga area.
Okay, thank you. So maybe that could be sent to Councillor Williamson and Councillor Stewart in particular, and any other councillors that are interested in that information, but certainly those two, probably Councillor Bartley as well. Okay, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, team, for that presentation. That was really, really good. I've got, just a comment and then a question. It's great to see that you're working really well with mana whenua, and also lovely to hear that you're considering designs for the flyover, because, you know, on the slide it does look rather bland, and we can see from past designs around the city that it's a lost opportunity. So really great to hear that, and I encourage you to keep doing that. My question is about the other areas where you might be able to partner with target groups. So we, you know, in the past we've called that social procurement when we've got big projects like this. I'm mindful of the Puinui bus station that we built in my area, where we saw lots of people who'd lost their jobs during COVID being able to get employment there. And so is it too early to ask those questions, or have you thought about social procurement, because there's a huge employment opportunity here going forward?
Yes, there are, and certainly through the constructors that we are using, they are looking at social procurement, and it is a part of, when we put the tender out, that was part of the tender process for them to tell us how they would deliver on that. So that's currently taking place. In terms of partnering with others, when I talked about the removal of the houses, 2 of those houses have gone to a Manukau Polytechnic, where young people are doing them up through both electrics and trade. So we're pretty proud of that we were able to gift those to the Polytechnic, and they are being utilised at the moment. So that's one example. There are others. I can't think of others at the present, but we are looking for every opportunity where we can partner up with local businesses. Probably other just very small examples is we before the Reeves Road premises were available, we used Te Tui for all of our meetings, so we contributed in that way for that, and we used local catering firms if there's anything that for the sod tuning, for instance, and look to partner with local businesses, around how we can, where we can.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Kia ora, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Ferry?
Thanks. I've got 2 questions. And I just note that if I recall correctly, the 70 is the most successful bus route patronage-wise after the Northern Expressway buses, which has been raised in this forum before. The Eki Panuku involvement in Pakuranga. So obviously we're discussing Eki Panuku's budget and future and so on. I wasn't aware that Pakuranga is a transform, unlock or support location. Is that correct? And I mean, I imagine that we're going to look at that list again in the long-term plan. That's the usual process. So could we just have a bit more information about that? And then I've got one other very small question.
Yes, so Eki Panuku has currently been taking the proposal through the local boards for it to become part of their transformation. I understand that it has also been to governing body as well, so they are working through that process at the moment. Probably in terms of more detail around exactly where they're at, I would need to defer to them around, and thinking about it too in the context of the key point that I really wanted to make is that we are working closely with them to ensure that at the time that the land is available, we aren't compromising the developability, if you like, of that, so that we're getting the best benefit out of the surplus land.
Thank you. I think that coordination role is incredibly valuable. I have some familiarity with the site and thinking about, for example, that big vacant building on the corner that's struggled for years and years. It'd be great to see that space activated. The other small question I had, the Deputy Mayor mentioned the Mako Parakowhai sculpture. There's also an early learning centre at the back of that building, and I just wondered if you're working with them, because obviously this will potentially be quite disruptive for them and be difficult for them, and it's a community-based one, be difficult for them to maintain enrolments during the construction. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We are working very closely with them, and the works are being staged and sort of moved so that there isn't an impact on the drop-off and pick-up, and to the extent possible when they're immediately adjacent there to the noise, various noise conditions and things around the way in which that operates. There's quite a bit of night work being done there to avoid the daycare centre. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. To the members that are online, we're constrained with our next item as a consequence of the meeting with the Minister, so we really need to try and get through this this item as quickly as possible. So if you really got a question to ask, could you make it pretty brief and succinct, please? And that goes to Councillors Darby, Bartley and Hills. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just 2 questions. And I've got some feedback. Firstly, just to the team, I just want to acknowledge this presentation. It's a good refresher, very important project. Thank you to you all. And thanks for being champions for it along the way. Hey, just can I just have a quick reply? Wasn't the Reeves Road flyover, and it was contentious, wasn't that locked in something like 2015, 2016? That's my first question. And then if you can go straight to the second, of course, this busway, its success is not just about building this infrastructure, it's about building complementary infrastructure that actually brings people to it, and that's walkways, cycleways, and bus networks that feed to it. So what visibility do we have over those other connections, those walk, cycle, and new network that will feed this big heavy lifter that is the Eastern Busway? So first question, Reeves Road, the date that it was locked in, and then the second on the complementary works, please.
So I'm afraid the first question I can't answer. I think it could be 2015. It was pre my time at Auckland Transport, but I can find that answer for you. I don't think anyone of the three of us can advise on that, but I'll come back to you. The second thing is, yes, you're absolutely right that the connections, particularly the feeder networks, are fundamentally important, and those some of those are in place, but many are being developed to be ready for when the busway opens. You'll be aware that there is a dedicated walking and cycling network, but we are also, as we move through the project, looking at where we may need or there's an opportunity for further connections, particularly walking connections, into various businesses and other areas. And taking the, while it was fairly contentious at the time, taking the loop into the back of Burswood with that station does provide us with a much greater walking catchment and cycling catchment on the local road network there. So as we move through, that is certainly something that the Alliance has been tasked with looking at, but also we at AT are looking at those connections as we move through the project.
Thanks, good answer to that. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Auckland Transport for the efforts to try and deal with the congestion as a result of closing Church Street. But what can we do better next time to prepare our communities for when we do close some roads, because the congestion is still pretty bad on the Panmure side leading into Pakuranga. And then also my other question is around safety. We're still having safety issues with the new road layout for the where the Panmure roundabout was, so people are still driving into the wrong lanes. So I do have serious safety concerns there. Thank you.
So thanks for raising those matters. I can't directly address those today. Obviously, we always try to do better with traffic management and are continuing to look at improving. But in terms of the safety around the Panmure roundabout, I can take that back to the team and get them to make contact around that.
Thank you. So we appreciate that, Councillor Bartley, if you could get back to her on that. And finally, Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this update and projects, and thank you for those answers on the overpass and underpass. I'd love if we could have that sent, some sort of business case information sent to us, because we always get asked and we know how costly and expensive and unsafe they are, so if that could be sent to us. My other two questions, just one, the first one is on stormwater. Have you re-looked at any of the designs to improve the permeability, the planting, rain gardens, etc., especially since the Auckland floods, if there's any more opportunities to add more of that? And then my third question is around the cycling. So the Northern Busway, we never had many people cycling to it, but that was because we didn't have cycle infrastructure for parking. Then we had some when it was uncovered, and now that they've recently put in covered parking, all of it is full, like very full of bikes parking there because we've actually provided facilities. Are all those going to be put in at the time? And once again, just want to thank you. This is obviously the second biggest project after CRL, and the community there must be pretty excited about that investment.
So to answer the first question, just trying to make sure I've got them, in terms of walking and cycling, yes, it's been provided at the same time. There's no proposals for park and ride on the Eastern Busway. So it is all either feeder services or walking and cycling. Just your final question, can you just repeat that, sorry?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking about park and ride, I'm talking about cycle parking. Is there going to be no cycle parking?
Yes, sorry, I misheard you. Absolutely, there is cycle parking at the stations, and it's been provided as part of the station design and construction. And then cool. Your final question was...
The other question was just any opportunities for stormwater improvements since the January floods, thinking about the future.
So Healthy Waters, the Eastern Busway project itself is improving the stormwater in the area significantly, but also at the same time as the project, Healthy Waters is taking the opportunity to do some significant, what we would call betterment improvements, which will improve the flooding, current flooding in the area and other issues. So we are working with them on that.
All right, okay, so thanks very much, Jane, Tom and Dean. Very comprehensive presentation. Barry Potter has confirmed that the Eastern Busway will be one of our site visits, and hopefully we'll get a few people along to that. So thank you very much. Do we have someone to move the recommendation? Councillor Filipaina, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. Does anyone want to speak to it? I think we've all had a pretty good shot at that. No, so I'll put that recommendation to receive the update on the Eastern Busway. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No, carried. Thank you very much. Again, we're planning to have our lunch at 1 o'clock. While we're at a time constraint with Kiwi Rail, while Dave Gordon comes up, we'll have a little break, just a couple of minutes to stretch your legs, but just a couple of minutes, and then we'll go into that presentation, and hopefully we'll get that through by 1 o'clock at least, when we can have lunch. Okay, thanks. A couple of minutes break, and perhaps Dave can get himself ready. Two. It wasn't aggressive ringing there. That's true. So we go back to our original order of the agenda now, and that sees the KiwiRail update, and to that effect, we welcome along the KiwiRail team, which is Dave and John Knight. So Dave, without any further ado, I hand it over to you, and we look forward to your update.
Thanks very much, Chair. My update's going to be very brief. It just reports on an update since the last 2 months. Next to me is John Knight, who's our General Manager Networks. He's going to talk in particular about the power incident, because I know there'll be some questions about that. So best to front these things, so that's what we'll do. So as I say, only 2 items, how are we travelling and that thing itself. What I've got up there is in the middle column is the March position, is what I said at that time, and asking the question, well, has anything changed? Basically, I'm more certain about the first 2, so called as a yes plus. Drury and Parata, I'm still at likely, but I'm slightly lower confidence around Drury Central. Drury West unchanged, Western Traction Power unchanged. The Rail Centre, very confident now that that is going to be well and truly in place prior to that happening, and the rail network rebuild. So overall, in the last 2 months, I've got more confident than less confident about being complete, which is always a good place to be. And if I go to what still are the challenges, really haven't changed. The 4th substation, in the earlier I said may not be online. I now know it will not be online in time. That's okay. There's no impact to City Rail Link, no impact to opening electric services Papakura to Pukekohe, and more significantly, we are circling around on a power solution that really works for Counties Energy, actually works for Transpower, and will work for us. And the other one is, I guess we'll hear in the budget today, if Henderson Station is funded, that will have implications on the timing for any rail network review works on the basis that we'll want to do the works at the same time and through there. In terms of our long-term thinking, again, nothing changing, no change to priorities or the main issues. Clearly there's a lot of discussion going on between Mayor and Ministers about that. It's not up for me to talk about that. But I've added a brown, black or brown, not quite sure what colour that is, to bottom left. But the other thing that's really circling around there, and I raised it at the last meeting, is actually setting the right funding levels for the continuous programs. And by the continuous programs, talking about the operations, the maintenance and renewals. And that's very much part of that ATAP discussion. So very little to report, other than I'm more confident than I was 2 months ago. It's not a bad place to be. So John, I'll hand over to you. You just need to press that chat there.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dave. What I'd like to do now is give a quick optic around the infrastructure faults that were occurred on the 12th of May with respect to the OLE and the arcing incident. So this was a critical event, and one of our key pillars within KiwiRail is safety of our people. And the call that was made was the right call in terms of even though it did cause inconvenience and disruption to customer, it was the right call, because you cannot play with 25,000 volts that can kill people. And when there's an issue like that and people's safety is paramount, I just want to reinforce that as a theme, because that is a pillar of how we operate. With respect to a deeper dive, this will give you an overview of what the contaminants that can affect discharge of and cleanliness issues with the contamination build-up and moisture on insulators as part of the OLE. And that gives you a quick overview. I won't bother going through the bullets. But another particularly key point here is that our codes of compliance are aligned to international best practice and are derived from UK, from Network Rail, and they move tens of millions of commuters a day on a metro system. So our codes are in alignment, and they've been benchmarked against Sydney, Melbourne, and also Perth metros on a recent visit we conducted jointly with the support from AT last October, of which a report was forwarded on the findings of those of that visit. So the findings of the incident itself, it was not a fault. It was a discharge phenomenon which is specific to high voltage power in support of rail network. The instance of the close inspection actually resulted in the fact that it could have been dealt with at end of service, but there was no way of knowing at the time, and in the highlighted text at the bottom it just reinforces the safety decision that was made. In terms of a catch-all around fronting the performance impact through weather events on the network, this gives a snapshot of historic site issues with respect to the January-February 23 weather events. There are two significant areas that we are monitoring and remediating at the moment, and that is the Newmarket Tunnel portal with respect to its status and stability. So we've put in sensors and 3D tunnelling scanning to mitigate and manage that risk. And we have a forward works program that will remediate that site over blocks of line that are programmed over the next King's birthday and into the following blocks of line so we can get the quantum of work delivered. The other sites that we're also addressing are the 20-kilometre slip on the Western Line, which was a hangover from October and then last year, and it's been a significant has had significant design engineering to complete that, and then we've had to look at pockets of blocks of line to do the remediation work so we minimise disruption, so we can allow the timetable to run best as able with our partners AT and Auckland 1. The other three are containable. The last bullets on Sturgis Road, Newmarket Branch, those and the causeway damages are all being remediated, and the causeway in particular is being done through our rail network rebuild stage 2 works on the Eastern Line. In terms of our current performance, I'll very quickly go through these. Some of these are actually some good news stories. The Phase 1 segment of the rail network rebuild, which was the NAL South Line, was completed over 12 weeks from December last year through to the 23rd of March this year, which resulted in a complete refurbishment of that network, addressing formation and drainage, and it was handed back on time to AT, and there were no TSRs or disruptions on that network on handback. The network speed restrictions across the network, as at today, we've reduced from June, where we had 8.5 kilometres. And I talk kilometres, I haven't got the drilled out in time lapse, but in terms of we've halved the number of restrictions across the network in the last 6 months based on the back of the R&R rebuild and the proactive maintenance programs we're managing in the network. And the EM80 track evaluation car completed Auckland to code on the 15th of May, and there was no disruption or breaches of code. In terms of a quick update, in terms of a dashboard to give you confidence and assurance that Kiwi Rail is managing the second phase of the rail network rebuild, this is a breakdown dashboard performance indicator of the NIMT East closure. We're tracking at 31% completion. That work started on the 26th of March and it will end in December block of line this year, and then we'll transition into the third segment of the rail network rebuild. That's really a quick high-level fly past, Chair, and open for questions.
Okay, so thanks very much, and we do have a couple of questions for you. First, in the name of Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair, and look, thanks, Kiwi Rail. Look, I've got a few questions, so I'll try and race through them quite quickly. The first one is about the timing of your rebuild relative to the opening of a CRL. So are you saying that it's a yes or a likely to be done in time for the CRL opening?
The likely relates to a potential decision to do Newmarket Branch after CRL opening, simply because there's reduced volume on that branch. The only other one is clearly we are working through with Auckland Transport to say, well, is the level of disruption going to be acceptable? Do we have to drag some of these projects out to ensure that we get a better balance between ability to provide service and disrupt? But at the present moment, we're on track to complete before.
Okay, thank you. I'm just on the Eastern Line, which is in my area. How confident are you that the measures you are taking will restore the Eastern Line program to plan?
I'll lead off. I'd say I'd put myself at 100%.
Okay, now, and the last issue I want to cover is the arcing issue, because obviously this was one that, you know, took the whole network down. So I've got a couple of things there on this. Now that you know that this can be dealt with at the end of service, would you have handled this differently?
I'll answer first, John, if you like. We know that one could have been handled at the end of service because we turned off the power and got close to it. We couldn't know whether, let's just say it happened tomorrow, we couldn't know, just sitting and look at it, whether it could be resolved without turning off the power.
Okay, and I get that
So
safety
that's
was the
wisdom.
issue, yeah.
That is wisdom after the event on inspection. I couldn't say tomorrow that if it happened, we'd say, oh no, we could leave it, because just don't know. John, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that's enough.
I think that's handled, that's great for me, thank you. The next question though is, when I did speak to you about the arcing issue, because obviously it took everything down, I asked the question, and forgive me if it's simplistic, why did it have to take the whole network down, and why couldn't it have been isolated to where it was? And, you know, because everything went down.
Okay, let's just talk about the supply of power to the network. At the present moment, there's only two supplies of power to the Auckland network, which is Penrose and Westfield. So it's coming into the centre and feeding out. As part of the rail network rebuild, if I went back a couple of slides, you'd see Western Power Feed. Once that is in, then we could have dealt with this by closing off one of the central power feeds and feeding backwards. We've also got the power feed going in at the south, which will feed in. So at the moment, everything's in the centre going out, which gives a vulnerability. When we've completed the rebuild, we'll have 4 power feeds, and they can subdivide the network much more easily. But at the moment, our hands are right up our back.
Okay, thank you. And finally, sorry for all this, but now we know it rains a lot, like, you know, a lot. And when it rains over the tracks, you've got to stop the train tracks. So when in this rebuild, do you have any idea about how many millimetres of rain can fall before you have to shut down the train tracks? Have you got the resilience? I know this. I'm learning a lot about millimetres of rainfall at the moment, so I'm just really keen that resilience is built into this rebuild, so if we've got X number of millimetres, the tracks are still high enough.
No, Councillor, you're absolutely right, and that's something around our diagnostics and review process. We're looking at how we work models to assess our asset condition versus the weather events, because they are frequent, and how can we work up models. So that's part of some of the design thinking we're having to do around resilience and building in those extreme weather events into our maintenance, preventative maintenance plan, and also our funding.
Sorry, so just to hone in on that, so you're saying that there isn't resilience in the rebuild now, or that will only be in the maintenance?
No, there's resilience in the rebuild. I think the core things we're doing is, one is the formation, and second, the drainage. Water is the enemy of any transport network. So a big chunk of our expenditure is based on getting the drainage done properly, so you can get the water away from the ballast to do that. There will be some areas, and Councillor Turvey just raised something during the break about a sizing of culverts. We'll be looking at things like that to make sure, one, that the network can take it, and two, the network doesn't become the barrier to water flow for adjoining lands.
That's great. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. Just point out, water's not the enemy for the ferries, but I had 2 questions. One's around the mobility issues, which I've raised before around the rail network rebuild. And are we, now we're in stage 2, obviously replacing trains with buses creates some issues for some users, particularly the disability sector and those accessing for bicycles. Have we, now that we're into stage 2, have we had some conversations with those sectors Are we engaging with them? Are we working out, you know, how is this working for you? Could we do better? And then I've got one other. Thanks.
In all honesty, I can't answer that as well as hopefully my colleagues at AT could, because they are the ones doing the thing.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Mark.
No, that's right. I'll redirect it to them. I have in the past had AT tell me I need to talk to you, so that's fine. Also, at an early stage, and I really appreciate this, by the way, it's really great opportunity. Yeah. At an earlier point, you mentioned that there were some possibilities with what you were learning as you do the rail network rebuild, that you might actually be able to do some of the work in the future faster. So how's that going? I'm not, obviously, you know, you're only at stage 2, but are we finding, you know, are we learning some stuff that means that we might be able to speed up the latter stages yet?
In terms of specifics, Councillor, I can't talk to that, but I do know that our project director of R&R is taking the lessons learned around efficiencies and new ways of working into subsequent stages, and where we can implement those learnings, we'll look at trying to save time to complete faster, and that's part of the challenge that our rail partners at AT and AOR have given us, and some of that work is being progressively done.
Maybe I'll be a bit more specific than that. Certainly learned how much resource we can put on any given area before you actually start to get inefficiencies. I've also asked the program director to respond to me saying if the whole world revolved around your project, what resource would you bring to bear that could make it more efficient? We are talking to both our contractors, both of them who have ideas, but the challenge and where we are is there's not too many access points. Where they're really focusing in on is the access points for future blocks. Because once you've got someone there, you're blocked. You can't go past. But absolutely, we're onto that. And you know, and Auckland Transport are being very direct in their feedback to us that we need to try and find ways to speed it up.
Right, and I wonder if that might be something to go into more detail on in a future presentation when you're further down the track, as it were.
Happy to do so.
Yeah, happy to do that, Councillor.
Yeah. Can I just, you mentioned AOR, so obviously this has quite a lot of implications for the workers employed by AOR. How is that conversation going? Because obviously I mentioned there's a bit of chop and change at their end.
Councillor, I think the relationship's very strong actually in terms of timetable planning, disruption management and extreme weather management. You know, our train control and NCM manage those incidents because they control the network and the pathways for both passenger and freight. But the priority is obviously our passengers with respect to customers, and at the operational level and at the lower level, the tactical level I'll call it, those relationships are very strong, and equally strong at the strategic level between the Chief Executive and Dave and Siva within KiwiRail. So those relationships are strong and the processes are really starting to develop. So I've got confidence in that relationship.
Also make the point, this time in a year, Auckland Transport's operations, KiwiRail's operations and Auckland One Rail's operations will be in the Common Control Centre in Ellerslie. So another sort of building block in bringing the resilience up.
Thank you.
Right, a few more questions coming up from Councillor Filipina, Walker, Councillor Lee and Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā kōrua, gentlemen. Look, one question is on the OLE arcing, and on the what happened PowerPoint page, you said that it was caused by contamination, build-up and moisture, and then you had can include. What were the contaminants that were found in there? Because it doesn't tell us. You only put in there can include. What were they?
You know, Councillor, it was moisture. Yeah, it was moisture that caused the arcing.
Okay, and that was the only one?
That was the only area that we found.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, and look, this question may be outside of this particular presentation, but I'll ask it anyway, Chair, and it's got to do with the track evaluation car. Now, I spoke to the KiwiRail guru on my left, and apparently we've already had that track evaluation. We've done that. When is the next stage, and what is the infrastructure? Are we up to date with the infrastructure that had caused the issues in Wellington? Kia ora.
Yeah, Councillor, kia ora. The answer to that is yes, we are up to code, and yes, the track evaluation car is serviceable, and it runs on a 4-monthly interval, and it's registered and will visit according to our code.
Chair, just one more something very quickly. And is it likely the track evaluation car store to be replaced 26, 27? Is that stall, or has that been brought forward as a result of the Wellington issues? Kia ora, thank you, Chair.
It hasn't been brought forward as a result. What I can say is I'm going to the board on next week with a recommendation about a supplier. That process has been in play for the previous 8 months. So they won't build it any faster for us than for anyone else.
Very timely question. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, a few questions. The first two might be just yeses. Are we going to have no disruptions for FIFA coming up? So that's the first question. The second question goes back to that slide you had where you showed the network, and included within that, I think there was a yellow that showed the Avenel to Southdown line, and last time you mentioned you were working on that. Are we going to have some figures on that sometime soon? Again, that could be a yes. And the last question I've got just goes further to the one that Desley Simpson raised around integrity of the network. So have you considered, for example, the provision of things like Tesla megapacks or the like within the network that would enable you to isolate parts of the network so you've got an absence of so much redundancy if you have to shut the whole thing down? If the business case showed that you could buy the power off-peak and then use it at peak, you'd save money, so it might be cost neutral, and it would generate resilience. Are you working on that kind of facility?
Yeah, FIFA, I'll start with, Councillor. I'm confident there'll be no disruptions.
Okay, great.
And with respect to the other question was traction. Sorry,
the other question was just
the Tesla power.
I can take the traction question. Our first priority is to get the conventional feeds there. Then you've got to do the overlap of that with, are there alternative sources, or do you put another set of feeds in? The bigger or the more tactical approach is to keep subdividing the network into smaller and smaller sections, which is, again, at the moment it's set out with broader sections. You can subdivide it, but every subdivision brings a degree of weakness into the system as well. It's another chain. So yes, we're looking at that. I don't know whether my technical people are looking at power packs or not. I just can't answer that at the moment. So, well, sorry.
Okay, thanks for those answers. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, gentlemen. I've had a concern raised by a local resident in Onehunga that the Kiwi Rail, New Zealand Rail crossover at Te Papapa, which enabled trains to theoretically cross over, has been, the points have been removed. Will that facility be repaired as part of the rebuild, or?
Councillor, I'm not over that actual piece of detail, but I can report back. I just don't have that answer.
The benefit is just adds flexibility to a line that has some constraints, as we often hear. Okay, in terms of the rail network rebuild, have you got an end? The question of Newmarket came up at the last presentation, and rather than it being done by the all-important day one, as they call it, for the CRL, it's going to be left till later, so there'll be some disruption then. But that day one, in terms of completion and operation date, keeps going backwards. So what sort of date are you guys working on right now for the CRL, so-called day one?
Well, there's 2 day ones, but I'm trying to progress it so everything is completed by 2025. Look, I don't know whether we'll put Newmarket behind or not. At the moment, I'm simply raising it as a possibility.
Okay, can I make some helpful suggestions? In your presentations, which are always extremely interesting for us, there's a lot of acronyms that, well, me for one, and a lot of members of the public won't understand so easily, like OLE, NAL, RNR, TSR, H4O, EM8C, FY, and there's even a FIFA, WWSC, which doesn't relate to rail techo jargon. But
that's FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, I know that one. But so it might be helpful to put a few full words in there for when you're dealing with the public.
Thank you, Councillor.
The other bit of advice or suggestion, and I don't know how accurate this will be for the situation, but you've got, we had a real serious problem with the arcing incident, and you say that your inspections and monitoring is within code, but yet still we had the arcing incident. Back in the old days, the New Zealand Post Office used to carry out a free TV interference service, and one of the main causes of VHF TV interference was arcing power insulators. So I just wonder whether using radio monitoring, wideband radio monitoring, that may give you an early warning if an insulator is arcing, because as you say, to carry out a real close visual inspection, you have to shut the whole network down. But remote radio monitoring may actually give you an indication if there's static going across, localised static being caused by those discharges. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Look, I'll raise, that one's well outside my competence. I'll raise it with the appropriate technical people, but thank you.
Yep, thanks for those suggestions, Councillor Lee. Councillor Turner and finally Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Just that subject we did raise in the break has gone on for ages, and the people who are affected have got you know, multiple times where they've been told there's a conflict between council and Kiwi Rail and stuff like that, just with procedure. All I'm asking is if there's any sort of council input into these decision makings. Could you identify them and tell us so that we can improve them and make it all work better?
Yeah, look, Councillor, I'll take that personally in this meeting to go and speak with you on the situation. I'm just unaware of those reports. So I'll at the end of this meeting, I'll sit with you and then we'll rectify that. I'll do that in person.
Thank you. My main point is just that we're in this too sometimes with consenting, etc., and we need to pull our finger out and speed this stuff up.
Yep. You look, it's very important we get a central message and understand, so we need to come to our customers and people and get it right.
Thank you, gentlemen. I look forward always to the presentations that you make for the clarity that they bring. In addition to the matters of accountability that you've raised that will occur within Kiwi Rail on network health and resilience, are there other wider matters, and are there matters that we as a council can be advocating to central government on your behalf? Such as the overall power supply, looking out into the future, these sorts of things, because it would be good to think that that partnership between the council and Kiwi Rail can be a strong one. And I'd like to feel that we have a fantastic lead officer in Barry Potter. The Mayor is a champion on these sorts of things. Are there specific points of advocacy that we might be making?
It's an interesting question to ask when you're responsible to the Crown, as we are. So I'll pick my way carefully through an answer here. I think one of the huge challenges we're going to face, and the city's going to face, is the ability to get enough power into the central Auckland for an electric future. And it's not just going to be us with that problem. That's something to be done. And the other issue is the overall metro model in terms of funding. I've made very clear that what is necessary and what is likely to be affordable for both regional councils, there is a gap between it. That's being looked at as part of ATAP. For the rest of it, it's clearly any policies that help move volume from rail, from road to rail, would be helpful. I think what's really interesting coming out in the business cases that we're doing is that the shift of freight to rail, even in the urban area, is having a better carbon impact than the shift of people from cars to transport. And it's not that well understood that you're actually getting your benefits there and the consequential benefits, as opposed to saying move everyone from their cars to the train. It helps, but not as much as moving the freight to the thing.
I think that's very interesting, and I don't wish to cause any awkwardness to you in sitting here,
but
bearing in mind the Crown. But I am interested, as someone who likes to think about the future, in that capacity issue with regards power supply, and I don't fully understand the implications at the moment. We can do our level best to create an environment where people are moving into public transport and freight moving on to rail, but it's in understanding all of the pieces of the jigsaw that will work effectively into the future.
Well, to me, the power one is the most interesting. If, taking a long-term view, the Upper North Island is electrified, there'll be a series of freight trains running through Auckland wanting to use the same power that the metro trains are using. So we will need more power to do that. Why I'm very pleased the way Drury is going is it really works well for Transpower as well. But I can conceive of a situation, and I'm sure Transpower are well and truly across this, that the amount of power having to come into Auckland, how do you get it in, really, and what do the lines look like? Do you have to string a whole lot more wire through Auckland? Is it underground, which is, I think, sort of tenfold more expensive? These are big issues, well beyond Kiwi Rail, but they are, to me, vital urban development.
But they're relevant to an infrastructure committee.
I was going to say they're very relevant to an infrastructure focus, just a lot bigger than rail. Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, I think that's something that we do have to advocate for and consider for the future.
I'm sure Barry Potter's made a note of that in his little blue book there. Look, I think we've had the questions. Dave and John, I'd just really like to reiterate the views expressed by a number of councillors as to the appreciation for front-footing the issue for a start, but also the value we're getting out of these briefings on the rail. There's a lot of interest around the table, and we certainly appreciate getting updated and the more optimistic outlook that appears to be developing over the medium term. So, ladies and gentlemen, is there? Councillor Simpson is happy to move it. Councillor Walker will second it. I don't think there's anyone wanting to speak to it, so I'll just put it to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? So carried. Now I'm in your hands a bit here, councillors. I think it probably would be an opportune time just to have a bit of a break now. Tempted to rush through the northwestern update, but I'm getting a steely glare from Councillor Henderson, who will want it given its due attention, and to be honest, I feel the same way myself. So I think we'll have that after lunch. It's coming up for 5 to 1 now, so we'll come back at 25 past. I understand there's a few sandwiches available outside for anyone that's just keen to get something to eat here. So we will resume at 25 past 1, and we'll have Steve Mutton and Randir leading us off there on the update in the Northwestern Busway. Thank you. To resume the meeting, bit of pressure on from councillors to expedite matters this afternoon, so we'll try and do that. Famous last words. So welcome to the table from the changed agenda order, the Waka Kotahi update, and again we are pleased to have Stephen Randair along, and today one of the key focus points is the Northwestern Busway project, initially regarded a bit of as a lost opportunity at one point, but now very much seen as a rediscovered opportunity, and it's certainly the one project, and talking to any number of people in the transport field, that garners the notion of a quick and a meaningful gain for a big slice of population out there in the northwest, which is growing at a phenomenal rate. So over to you, Steve, and lead you to give us the presentation.
Kia ora, Chair, and kia ora to all the councillors. It's always great to see all your faces, and thank you for the opportunity once again to talk to you. Just to expand on that a little bit, we're going to have a presentation for probably about 15 minutes. We'll talk and then open it up to questions. So we've got about half an hour. We're going to touch on the Northwestern bus improvements, but also we want to share with you all the great work that's happening in Auckland, or has happened in Auckland, around mode shift. There's some really exciting things that we should be celebrating in that space. So just to recap, the government policy statement is very clear around 4 strategic areas, which is around safety, better travel options, improving freight connections, and climate change. And what we want to focus on today is just one of these priorities, which is the better travel options. So this is all about providing people with better travel options and choices so they can get to places where they need to work, live and play. This is really important for Tamaki Makaurau, as we need to ensure that we have a transport network that's fit now, but also, future fit, and that's really important. So we'll just hand over to Randy, who will take us through the Northwestern bus improvements, which is a key project that's going to be delivering on this priority.
Thanks, Steve, and kia ora koutou. So just before I talk about the Northwestern Bus Improvements Project, there's some background which I know you're all well across and are aware of. Obviously, in the Northwest, we've got some significant growth that's occurring, and it's pretty poorly serviced by transport options, particularly public transport as well. And there's a significant amount of growth that's currently occurring, but also planned as well. And apart from the work that we're doing right now, the Northwest is also a big part of our future planning as well. So the Northwest Bus Improvements Project, it's actually a collaboration between Auckland Transport and ourselves. It was one of the, you might recall, shovel-ready projects where we had identified an opportunity to actually deliver a public transport solution to the Northwest, but in a much faster time than a significant project. So the idea here was to actually, in parallel to our long-term planning and thinking, to make progress for the Northwest in terms of public transport as well. So what the project's actually doing is looking at hard shoulder bus lanes on the motorway network between the city centre, effectively on Newton and Westgate, but also at the locations of Te Aratu and Lincoln Road, we're putting in interim bus stations together with Auckland Transport as well. The Westgate bus station is also a significant improvement that's occurring as well, and that work is currently under design by Auckland Transport, and hopefully in the space to begin construction in early 2024 for the Westgate bus station. As I mentioned earlier on, I often refer to this project as a bit of an exemplar for how we collaborate with Auckland Transport. It's really been fantastic for the two groups to actually work together, because we have a combination of the motorway network, but a significant amount of work is also happening on the local road network, but also the bus service and network design as part of it as well. So it's almost an end-to-end suite of improvements that we are doing. Whilst this project's actually going to help deliver good, frequent network and services to the northwest. It is not the ultimate solution. In parallel, we are kicking off work on long-term planning for the northwest in terms of a more rapid transit solution for the northwest as well. So there's two things that are happening in parallel. What's good about this project is that actually we are able to make progress quickly while the growth is occurring right now as well. So in parallel, what we are doing with AT over and above the infrastructure work is we're looking at the network solution as well. So how do we actually support the infrastructure building here through local services and moving more towards a bit of a, if you like, a hub and spoke model for bus services as well, which is going to really improve services for the northwest as well. In parallel or along with this project, there's also on the local roading network, AT are looking at how might this project be supported further with local improvements like additional bus stops, bus lanes, and bus services to support it as well. So it's a bit of an sort of an end-to-end look for the program. Quite a bit of work still to do in the space of coordinating our planning around the local road improvements and the services, but a lot of good work is actually happening in that space as well. And I guess just my last slide on this is what will the interim works actually deliver? Ultimately where we're getting to is a high frequency service, not too dissimilar to the NX1. So we're looking at a Western Express service that's running every 10 minutes frequency between the city centre and Westgate, certainly improving those journey times, but also looking at a way to actually get more people using public transport, using the bus services in the area as well, because as I mentioned earlier on, you just look at the northwest now, congestion is a real problem, growth is making that worse, and the public transport offering for the northwest can absolutely be better. So this is actually part of the step-by-step approach to actually resolving some of those problems in the northwest as well. I'll just hand back to Steve to continue the rest of the slides.
Yeah, thank you, Randy. So before we focus on Auckland, just wanted to give you a bit of context from the mode shift focus nationally. So one thing is that we've had absolutely a step change in our focus through the National Land Transport Program, where we're seeing nearly $6 billion being invested in public transport, walking and cycling nationally. So that's a 40% increase compared to previous years. So that gives people a lot more choices on how they move around the network. And obviously one thing about that is that it frees up the network for freight, makes it more efficient for freight, but also for those people who really do have to use the network as well, if we can move people to another mode. Improving public transport is absolutely a priority, and we know that a reliable and frequent public transport network is absolutely critical to ensure we do get that mode shift and that vehicle kilometres travelled reduction targets. And there's some really positive initiatives that have come through the government SURF funding around decarbonising the PT fleet. There's obviously getting the driver workforce more sustainable through raising the wages and making PT more affordable. We do have a lot more work to do with KiwiRail and also in Auckland and Wellington, to get our patronage back to how they were pre-COVID levels. I think a real critical part around getting mode shift is investing in innovation. I think that's the only way we're really going to achieve a lot of this. So we've got some big initiatives happening nationally through hydrogen fuel cells, trials that are underway. We're looking at on-demand public transport, and it's been trialled, and we're doing that in Timaru at the moment, but we're looking to roll that out in South Auckland shortly. And there's also the national ticketing solution, which I know you'll be familiar with, and we're very excited about rolling that out nationally as well. There is a lot of information in these slides, but we'll get these circulated later. I'm just pulling out some of the key points for you. The rail is a sustainable mode for moving freight, and you would have heard Dave Gordon talk about that this morning, but most cost-effective over distances normally greater than 200 kilometres. And our strategy is around getting about a 2% freight mode shift to rail. Well, the 2% might actually sound small, but when you look at the real numbers, it's a 22% network-wide growth in freight tonnes and also additional 20% on the contestable market. So it is certainly an area that we're focusing on nationally. The other aspect is coastal shipping. There was some money put in to increase the use of coastal shipping as an alternative to freight transport, and really it's enhancing the competitiveness of the domestic sector. There's certainly some challenges with this, but we're totally focused on that and working through those challenges. So just to focus on Auckland, as Randy said, we have a really strong relationship with Auckland Transport. We have to work together to make this a success and to deliver the outcomes that we're seeking in the government policy statement. Even though we're a partner in a lot of these projects at 51%, a lot of these projects are being delivered through Auckland Transport as well. So once again, there's a lot of information in these slides, which you're happy to look through and come back to me with any questions, but I'll just pull some of the key things through. So first of all, around some of our recent partnership with Auckland Transport, there's been a record of $2.8 billion investment in Auckland through the NLTF into PT services and infrastructure. So some of the real big success stories have certainly been around the Puanui station, which has seen that major bus and train interchange with those e-buses that are working really, really effectively. The Panmure to Pakuranga section of the Eastern Busway was opened up to speed those travel times, and we're seeing absolutely great results from that as well. And continuing out at the airport there, Wakatahi did the State Highway 20B early improvements, which provides that high bus occupancy and vehicle access through to the airport. And I think last time we were here, we were talking about the Northern Busway extension up to Albany. So other PT work that's happening around Auckland, we're investing, continue to work to get bus driver wages up to that $30 an hour around that recruitment and retention. We're also involved in the ferry reliability work as well, which will be good to get that moving quickly. You had the presentation this morning on the Eastern Busway from Pakuranga to Botany, and there's the whole planning for the future where we're working with Auckland Light Rail, where the geotechnical works have begun, but also I know a lot of you provided input into the Waitemata Harbour Connections project, which is, thank you for the input, it was really valuable, but also focusing on the northwest, which Randy just talked about, and also airport to Botany rapid transit. Once again, in cycling, there's certainly been a lot of focus and investment in Auckland. A record $290 million has been invested in this 3-year period, 21 to 24. We've seen the completion of the Section 2, Glen Innes to Tamaki Drive shared path. And if you haven't been on that path already, I encourage you to do so. It is awesome, not only from a recreational perspective, but also commuters as well. It's really good. One of the big success stories for Auckland in the south was Ngāhau Mangere, which is a replacement of the old Maringo Bridge. That's more than just an asset. That's actually, it's a community asset. It's more than just a walking and cycling path. So I know that is getting used a lot for people to go to and rest and to fish, plus to strengthen that connection there. We're also working on the Southern Corridor Improvements Project, Papakura through to Takanini, so a shared path down there as well. There's certainly a lot more to come in this space. We've got Transport Choices, which is funding 5 walking and cycling projects in Manurewa, Mangere, West Auckland and the city centre, and then completing the last link in that Glen Innes to Tamaki Drive shared path, which is Aoraki through to Tamaki Drive. Also delivering further down the Southern Motorway on State Highway 1, Papakura to Drury includes a shared path of walking and cycling as part of that work as well. So there's certainly a lot happening, which is really exciting. And the last slide I'll pass back to Randy. So this is around network optimisation, making better use of our existing assets.
Thanks, Steve. Look, we thought we'll actually just talk about this as well because you'd have seen from the previous slides there's lots of investment going in some significant pieces of infrastructure we are building. But what's really fantastic about this program is we are partnering again with Auckland Transport to deliver on some really quick wins on the network. Where we're able to deliver fast and efficient changes on the network. It actually has a multimodal outcome, and the program's actually been delivering some fantastic results. And what it is basically us taking a 10-year view of how we can invest money wisely to actually make the best of what we have right now. And these are just some examples on our network, and Auckland Transport have got quite a significant program where they've got a combination of general traffic, bus, cycleways, so it's quite a multimodal quick win initiative that Auckland Transport are working on as well. On the motorway network, there are some real good opportunities where we either have or are investigating opportunities to just get some really good quick win outcomes as well. So just very quickly from a bus priority perspective, we have a hard shoulder running on the Onua Road bus, on State Highway 1 along Onua Road, and that's to support Northern Express buses getting to the Northern Busway heading north. We are investigating a hard shoulder running on Silverdale, and that's again to get buses out of the queues as they get into Silverdale in the afternoon peak as well.
Here.
And so we also have, you would notice across our network, we've taken opportunities to either have a combination of high occupancy vehicle bypass lanes that bypass our ramp metering system to promote use of high occupancy vehicles. In some locations, like down in Highbrook, we're looking at freight lanes. So it depends on the land use. We're actually looking at some special vehicle lanes that actually supports some of those movements. On the Northern Motorway, we have a series of high occupancy vehicle and bus lanes to help those vehicles bypass the queue as well. So again, an example of how we're trying to get more off the network, but also encourage that mode shift as well. We've also got a few investigations that we are still looking into as well. As you can see, there's a few there from the Strand, looking at better freight connections and cycling connections between the port and along the Strand, and also further down south as well. We've also got a freight lane that we currently have on the link between State Highway 16 and State Highway 1, so coming from the port heading south. We're looking at how we can get more out of that by trying to actually extend that for freight movements as well. So quite a bit happening in that space. We're also looking at, there's a few gaps in the Northwestern Cycleway that actually connect with the local road network. So there's 2 locations that we're looking at together, Auckland Transport, to try and improve those connections on the Northwestern Cycleway. And of course, part of the work is actually looking at our ramp metering system end to end and what are the opportunities for us to operate that a bit better as well. So that work is still underway. So a suite of different things we're looking at in the space, but again, represent some pretty quick wins we can actually get on with on the network as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Randia, certainly a very impressive suite of projects and investment. One of the biggest ones will go to Councillor Henderson, who's certainly been very strong, if not the strongest advocate for the Northwestern Busway. Councillor Henderson.
You're very kind. Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Great presentation. Just 2 questions from me. Firstly, just in relation to the slide with the picture of the Te Aratū bus shelter, as you'd be aware, there's pretty heavy community backlash on the quality of the shelters. Just wondering if this was taken on board and how it's been adjusted. It's an AT question, but if there's any enlightenment you can give us, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can probably offer some enlightenment. Look, that was part of our joint working group. It was a real concern, especially following some of the feedback. And I'm aware AT have taken that on board and are looking at adjusting some of the designs of the bus shelters to provide better protection. What I will also say is that these are interim improvements, and so these the intent is to support the uptake of public transport. But in the longer term, we've got other solutions that are coming through as well. The other challenge we had is trying to balance the outcome in terms of bus shelter facility, but also some of the space challenges we have on the interchange as well.
Yeah, strained. Thank you. My final question. Yeah, thanks for all your work on that. We look forward to the final busway/light rail being moved on as quickly as possible. But I'm wondering if we're looking at an interim step, because I understand that this is potentially a 1A situation, whereas 1B might be servicing Kumiu and Rosebank as well. I think very, very key that we've got to do that. So would we be doing that in the interim way, or are we just waiting for the final one, which hopefully will get all of these communities all at once?
Look, Councillor, at this stage, that's part of our long-term thinking. Look, I'm happy to take that away and see what that looks like from an interim perspective, but it's definitely part of our long-term thinking at the moment.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Foley and then Councillor Simpson.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, team. That was really, really good, comprehensive. My question is just about the on-demand transport trials that you're going to have. It's on slide 11, I think, in South Auckland. Really interested to hear a little bit more about that. So where exactly in South Auckland are you thinking of having those trials, and when? And how would that actually work in practical terms? Kia ora.
So thank you for that question. So it's probably best that we maybe come offline and talk to you and give you some more detail around that. It's certainly something that's been operating well in Timaru, where it's similar to an on-demand, where similar to an Uber site style, where there's a request for a usage, a vehicle is assigned to that area. So happy to come and take it offline with you and work through what the lessons learned from that and how we're going to implement it in South Auckland.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Simpson, otherwise engaged.
Apologise. Thank you. Strand optimisation. Interested in that, State Highway 16. What feedback have you been receiving from key users of this important connection, and when will the final design be ready?
We've received really good feedback as part of the consultation process, and I think the feedback was probably in two different areas. One was around the walking and cycling connection across the railway bridge and the connection onto Quay Street. So we've definitely taken that on board and looking to see how we can widen the access across that bridge. There is no funding available to build a new dedicated bridge, but it's certainly something we're looking at to see if we can reallocate the road space a little bit to make sure we don't interfere with the freight, but we do provide a safer crossing for walking and cycling. The other bit of feedback was around the number of pedestrian crossings on the street, and Randy and I both met with Roger Gray, the CEO of Ports of Auckland, to understand that in more detail, and we're taking that away to look see if we can optimise the design around limiting the impacts on freight.
Thank you. Just on the bridge, it's the same age as the Orake Bridge, and you talk to Auckland Transport about what they're doing with a clip-on for that one, for the shared path. So the same option could be on that Strand Bridge.
Okay, Councillors Darby, Walker, Hills, and then Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Steve. Hey, just can you give us an update on the national ticketing? Where's that up to right now, and when is it expected to be implemented nationwide?
Thank you, Councillor. So national ticketing, there's a consortia of councils that have joined with Waka Kotahi, and there is a contract signed with the preferred supplier around that. The first area that is going to move over to the new system is in the Christchurch region. The reason for that is that their system has basically, the life has expired. So we're working through the timeframes with that now. It could be a good question for Auckland Transport. They're coming up behind us, I think, on this agenda item. So that might be a good opportunity to ask that question to them. But it's certainly later in the piece compared to the other needs for the rest of New Zealand.
Okay, look, we can follow that up later on, Steve. Steve, just in terms of a particular project I'm very aware of, that's the Lake Road Upgrade project. It's been on and off, and it's almost off again at the moment. But one of the inputs that your agency has provided of recent, I understand Waka Kotahi, although it appeared to sign the project off, has now questioned whether there are enough mode shift benefits in the project. Steve, I don't really want to dwell on just that project. I want to dwell on and get your confirmation that Waka Kotahi are asking that question and quizzing Auckland Transport and yourselves as the agency itself. Are you quizzing all the projects to ensure that they are delivering or likely to deliver a dramatic increase in mode shift as you're expecting on just that project of Lake Road? I want to get a sense that this is a demand that you are making on all projects, and there's no political pick and mixes that get across the line without satisfying that criteria.
Thanks, Councillor Darby, and I might pick that one up. Look, absolutely, I can give you that assurance. It's a consistent approach that we are taking from our investment rules in terms of how we invest in projects, both our own and our partners as well. I guess in terms of Lake Road, it's been, in terms of the timing, it's come along at a point in time where these the GPS priorities have given us a clear signal, and our investment directions are giving us that equal guidance in terms of how does a project deliver on some of these outcomes. So that is something we're providing more guidance on. So we are consistent in terms of our advice to our partners, but it's being consistently applied to both our projects and the wider NLTP.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Sure. I've just got a question around the, again, it goes to oversight on Waka Kotahi's part, and that's around the funding for the construction of various speed management areas, and in particular raised tables that are being implemented around the city. And my question is around whether Waka Kotahi do any form of cost benefit around those, because we're talking about substantial sums of money. For example, there's one going in Devonport that's about 3.3 million, 8 raised tables, significant disruption to an intersection that there's growing community concern around in terms of the congestion that may well result. So do you have an oversight role and do any cost benefit work?
Yes, we do look at both our network and the local road network where those opportunities for safety improvements actually do exist, Councillor. Through our Road to Zero program, we've developed a suite of what we call standard interventions, and that's just been tested from a benefit perspective. Do they deliver on those outcomes? But of course, what are the cost benefits as well? So those standard interventions were developed to actually make the process for getting safety outcomes a bit faster. So they do take into consideration the overall benefit cost as well. Individual projects I probably can't comment on, but that's the general approach.
Okay. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess my first question is just to reassure us again on Councillor Henderson's question. I'm just a bit worried that we're maybe not building those interchanges with the right, you say that we say they're interim, but it could be 6 to 10 years, and that's a long time for interim. That's a whole school life for a child, or work life, or university, couple of years of university for someone. So I just want to understand, are we definitely looking at better shelters? I mean, we have better shelters on some local roads, and these are supposed to be bus stations with at least a seat and a bit of shelter, or some glass at the front. It just seems there should be room for that. Could you confirm that you're definitely going to change up those? People look at the Northern Busway, it's pretty phenomenal compared to what is being put northwest.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hills. Look, I might take that offline with Auckland Transport and have a conversation and come back to you with more detail behind that. What I am aware of is there were 1 or 2 specific shelters where we're looking to retrofit some of those shelters to work through some of the protection issues. I'll need to come back to you on the detail behind all the other shelters.
Okay, thank you. But the parts that haven't been built, you are factoring in that you will have slightly different shelters that are on the current, so we don't keep having to retrofit as we go?
I'm not too close to that. I'll have to come back to you, Councillor Hills.
Okay, and the last question, thank you, Chair, is do you work with Auckland Transport, or at least try and feed back to them that these large projects only work if they also have connections to them, such as T3 lanes or T2 lanes and cycle and walking connections? Because on the northwestern side, there is almost zero, I think, transit lanes that lead to this. And is there a plan to integrate? And same with the amazing walking and cycling routes you're putting alongside the motorways and up the Northern Busway, but they don't connect to anything on the Auckland Transport network. Do you sort of work together to try and phase those in, or work out a priority list that then adds to the business case for the overall projects? Because if you can't get to them, kind of there's a lot of money spent without being able to get to them.
Yes, absolutely, Councillor, and that's a very logical question to put to us. And I think we talked about it the last time we were here. It's probably an area that we can certainly do better. We are definitely having those conversations as part of a learning, but also there's a real good opportunity through the joint work that we're doing on developing the 3 and the 10-year program for Auckland, where we are looking for those opportunities. Of course, that does come down to how we actually prioritise where those opportunities sit and how funding actually falls as well. But what you're talking about makes absolute sense, and it's something that we are definitely thinking about. There are some examples through the northern motorway. We've done some of it. Transit lanes connecting into the motorway interchanges. We could do better with some of the cycling facilities, and like you mentioned, opportunities in the northwest as well. Opportunities for the northwest, with the northern bus improvements going in, there'll be need to be looking at some of the arterial connections as well, which is part of the thinking as well.
Thank you. We just don't build motorways for cars with nothing to connect the cars to. So I think we need to do all modes that way. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Brown.
Oh, thank you for the presentation. Pity Shane Henderson's gone here. I think the Minister would say that I'm the most noisy person about the Northwest connection, and he's seen me at it as well. Amongst the things here that we're doing with technology as an enabler, the Minister and I are talking about time charging. How far away is that from what if we're pretty close to agreeing we'd do it, I'll take the political hit, but it's on his road. If we say go, where would we get to? The point of that is every day between Green Lane and Penrose for 3 hours, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon it jams, and same between Te Aratu and Lincoln. And we're looking at not as a way to raise money, but as a way to try and knock the peaks back. How possible is that with you guys? I mean, you've heard the Minister and I say we want to do it.
So thank you, Mayor. There has been a lot of work done, but that's been led through the Ministry of Transport, of which some of our team have been involved with. The most recent conversations we've been having is with Tauranga City Council, but the initial big piece of work around legislation change that requires a lot of that was done through Ministry of Transport, but certainly it is something that we see benefits in for the future.
Okay, well, it's sort of showing up in our new Auckland plan as something or other, but and so don't just regard it as something that's not going to happen. It's going to bloody well happen, and I'll make sure that happens. I think the other part of it is that I want to tell people that this is working pretty well between the various AT and WK on that, and here is the second most strong supporter of the Northwest has just come back. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Lee, could you finish off the questions, please?
Thank you. I'm just concerned when you have a presentation headed Accelerating Mode Shift, that it may engender complacency, because at this point in time, for various reasons, including COVID lockdowns and the reaction to that, mode shift is not accelerating, it's not even increasing. And so to talk about acceleration, aspired acceleration is one thing, but suggesting that it is accelerating may be misleading. What's your comment on that?
I think our view around that was the level of investment that's gone into mode shift, okay, which is enabling us to do a lot more across a wider part of the city than what would have been done otherwise.
You are spending more to achieve mode shift acceleration, except we're not there yet in terms of getting the public to buy in. So that's important because we have a problem here, and it shouldn't be swept over. It's something we need to confront and deal with. You mentioned quite rightly bus driver wages. Can you just tell us what the official attitude to bus driver wages is?
Sorry, can you rephrase that question, please, Councillor? So from the Waka Kotahi.
You mentioned as one of the problems that we all have to deal with, the problem of bus driver wages, or the lack of bus drivers, and wages have been identified. Not the only problem, safety is another one, working conditions another perhaps. So what is the response? What is the Waka Kotahi response to that, to the bus driver wage problem?
So we recognise the challenges that we have in Tamaki Makaurau and other parts of New Zealand around recruiting and retaining bus drivers. So the government also recognised that, and through the some additional funding came through, which enabled us to work with the sector, including Auckland Transport, to do some wage increases to make it more rewarding to recruit and to retain those existing bus drivers. So it's certainly something that is very positive. We acknowledge it, just like we are around ferry reliability. Waikato is very supportive of the work that Auckland Transport's doing with the sector to make sure that we have staff on ferries that are well trained, that they retain in that sector, and there's a pipeline coming through for their recruitment.
I think everyone would support that approach. There is just a concern in that all our public transport services, just about all I think, are privately owned and operated, and mainly from offshore corporates. And so do you not think there is a problem in New Zealand taxpayers and ratepayers subsidising these corporates who are actually, because of the contractual system that has been bought into, that we incentivising low wages in terms of the competitive contract system? Is Waka Kotahi looking at the whole system in total, rather, or is it just going in and using taxpayer money to subsidise, in effect, these corporates who are paying substandard wages, obviously?
Waka Kotahi worked with the government to deliver the additional funding that the government made available for this incentive, to make sure that we had the resources available to provide a public transport system in a growing city. So it's certainly something you'd probably need to raise with the ministers.
Thank you. Just one more point. The Strand optimisation project, I hear there's been some problems in getting information from the agency about this. Can I have your assurance that you'll be working closely with the local community in this process, because people who live in the area have valuable ideas to input, and I think what I'm hearing is that information has been somewhat restricted, and I do trust that Waka Kotahi will be working closely with local residents.
Yes, definitely, we'll work closely. As I said, I've personally seen the numbers of the feedback that came in through the consultation. It's of significance, and the team's working through that at the moment to seeing how they can make any changes to the design that the community is looking for.
There's quite a lot of crossings for what is in effect a highway, isn't there, built into this project?
There was proposed to have 3 crossings, and we're looking at how we can optimise those.
Thank you.
Reduce them. Thank you.
Right, that brings to the end the questions, and I guess what the presentation from Stephen Randier shows us today is the quite impressive extent to which Waka Kotahi is involved right around the region, and hopefully, and certainly as a consequence of these sorts of updates, we'll be getting a bit more of a flavour of what's happening and the investment. So it's certainly not all doom and gloom. There's a lot of big projects that are just coming online or have been finished, and other ones that are in the middle. So it certainly gives us a better perspective of our Auckland network as a whole. Thank you for that. We just have a recommendation to receive the update. So moved by Councillor Baker, seconded by Councillor Fletcher.
Just a quick comment, please. Chair?
Yes, sure.
Look, it's just a follow-up there, and it's on the Mayor's enthusiasm for a form of road pricing, and I'm totally with the Mayor on that. I think it would be helpful if we came up to pace on that, and at a future committee, possibly. I'm aware that maybe a bill could be going before the Parliament. I'm not sure of the legislative timeline of the government at the moment, but it would be good to really get abreast of that. It's not just the Mayor that's enthusiastic. A number of councillors, I believe, I'm very enthusiastic for working that up. I think all the major parties are supportive of it. But of course, there's the parallel work that needs to be undertaken, which is implementing the supporting public transport and active transport network to ensure that people have choice. Look, Chair, I'm just sort of suggesting that we through Barry Potter, the executive supporting this committee, allow us to find out where this particular work stream is at. It's primarily with the Ministry of Transport and Government, so that we can plan ahead and be ready with a supporting public transport and active transport infrastructure. I'll leave it with you and Barry, Chair.
Yeah, I think Barry has a quick comment to make.
Thank you, Councillor. I was actually just having exactly the same conversation with the Mayor just a few minutes ago. I'll catch up with you offline later on, and we'll pull this together and bring it to a future committee meeting.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Councillor Hills, you want to make a brief comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And once again, thank you for these updates. They're really helpful and appreciate them. Just a brief comment on the Northwestern. It's really great to see, but once again, even though it's interim, we just need to ensure those facilities are attractive and people want to get there. And it's simply some seats and some glass would make a huge difference. I know they can't have the room or the space or the money right now to build the fantastic stations we have on the shore, but it must feel like they're getting a bit of a raw deal up there when they look how good our facilities are over this side. And once again, on Lake Road and Lincoln and Glenvar, things like this, these roading projects have been around for so long, and we keep supporting them and getting our communities behind them and giving them timelines. And I know COVID and other things have stretched them out, but once again, we're looking at, feeding back and getting local boards to submit strongly and lobby. And it just feels like we keep locking in these projects for them to be moved out again. So it'd be really great to see these crucial projects pulled forward or supported. And, for years we've said to our community that Lake Road must include those separated cycle lanes and transit lanes and access to the ferries because of the climate and multimodal approach. And so to get some pushback that they don't have enough is a bit frustrating. So just, I guess it's that integrated transport plan that the Mayor and the Minister are working on that may help with those things and help with the issues that I was speaking up before. It's the great infrastructure that gets put in sometimes by Waka Kotahi because they have a far greater budget not to connect to the local systems that we need to do straight away. And I think they would hum better if we did it all at once. So hopefully in the future that'll happen. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Baker, seconded by Deputy Chairperson Fletcher. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Steve Randier, once again. And we now go to item 12. I think that's the way that's progressing as a consequence of the reshuffle. Call up Claire Gomez. So this is the approval of shareholder comments on Auckland Transport's draft statement of intent 2023 to 2026. And you'll recall that just a little while ago, end of April, in fact, 26th of April, we had a pretty extensive workshop on this matter. Feedback was captured at that workshop, and there was a facility for people to feedback after that. So hopefully we're getting very close to the end of this process now. Welcome, Claire and Alistair.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Let's move on. So, you are being asked today to approve the shareholder comments on Auckland Transport's draft statement of intent. The SOI responds to the letter of expectation and sets out AT's objectives and activities for the next 3 years with a focus on the next year. I'm briefly just going to outline where we are in the process, the feedback that we discussed at the workshop and from staff in the Independent Maori Statutory Board, and then what will be the next steps. So just as a reminder of where we are in the process, this slide kind of summarises that. You can see there with the yellow circle that this is the committee that's approving the shareholder feedback. Just noting that the letters of expectation were going out to the CCOs in December. It is quite a lengthy process. It does take 9 months from start to end. We did workshop feedback on the 26th of April, as the chair noted. And then after today, there are still parts of the process where the budget decisions are being made, and these may impact on the final SOI. So those dates are noted up there, notably the 8th of June. What happens after approval today is that the AT board will then, AT will go away, make their changes, present the final SOI to the AT board, and then that meeting must be in public. It will be in June, and then we will receive the final SOIs for comment and feedback on that, or for adoption on the 31st of July. So just to recap on the workshop, at that workshop, just to note that officers had focused on and providing feedback to you on whether the SOI met its statutory requirements, met what was in the letter of expectation, and paragraph 24 of my report outlines what those key expectations were, how they're aligning to the group strategies and policies, annual budget considerations, and the CCO review template. We did provide a checklist at that workshop that set out the kind of sections and pages where AT had responded. I think it is important to note that AT has responded positively to the letter of expectations, but there are areas for further clarity and refinement, and that's what we'll discuss on the next few slides. And also to note that the report provides more detail than I'm just going to note. In the letter of expectations, we did provide some general comments that were made to all CCOs, and this slide is what was presented to the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee as well, so some of it should be familiar to many of you. But essentially there was an expectation, and what we are saying in the final SOIs is that we would like Auckland Transport and the other CCOs to report back and to reflect the annual budget decisions. That is why in the SOI, the draft SOI that you have, there are no financial data. It's because we have not yet agreed those budget decisions. We would also like the activity-based financial information to be provided in the final SOIs. The SOI should contain and outline what the CCO's relationship is with the Independent Maori Statutory Board, and refer to their schedules of significance, issues of significance, and plan as appropriate. What is common across all of the CCO's SOIs and our feedback is that we are expecting a bit more detailed information around the timeframes and the milestones, and I think this will become clearer through the budgeting process as well. The specific feedback, and these are at a theme level, to Auckland Transport are around prioritising the recovery of the public transport services and committing to a public transport recovery plan, addressing the issues such as bus driver, ferry crew shortages, the rail network disruptions, bringing that together in a more coordinated way, and also improving the communication with existing and potential public transport customers. That's needed to improve confidence and increase the awareness of the available services that we're hoping are running. There are a number of comments that we were going to make around Auckland Transport's measures and targets, and we are actually saying that in the feedback that we are providing to them, is that we would like them to work more closely with council staff on this. And we actually do have a workshop scheduled with Auckland Transport to kind of work through some of that next week. They are proposing significant changes to their performance measures, and it's an area that we think requires a bit further work. We also would like to see more information in the final SOI around the Regional Land Transport Plan. This is a significant piece of work over the next year, and we have a much stronger desire to be involved and to get closer collaboration between Auckland Council and Auckland Transport in the formulation of this. We would like Auckland Transport to focus more on the Transport Emission Reductions Plan, taking advantage of the lower cost, more quickly implementable actions that are identified in that plan. Similarly, we think that there is a bit more clarity that could be provided around the road corridor improvements and the things like dynamic traffic lanes, mode share and project delivery. So we're seeking further clarity on that, and also around the road maintenance and renewal program. I think there is some information and context provided in the draft SOI around that and noting the financial constraints in that space, but there is a desire for them to be looking at more innovative approaches in that area and to consider the environmental as well as the whole of life financial costs. And then just to kind of conclude, the next steps are that staff will prepare a draft letter to send to Auckland Transport that will summarise and kind of make more detailed information in terms of what we're seeking in the final SOI. That will be reviewed by the Transport Chair and the Mayor and go from the Mayor. Given the time pressures and the statutory timelines that we do have to work through, we would hope to get that letter out to Auckland Transport next week. So that's it for me. I'm happy to take any further comments or answer any questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire, for that that presentation. Just to remind, one of the key points here that Claire brought up was that there is ongoing work with council staff to agree the measures and targets, including financial measures. So that will be taking place. We've been through a reasonably rigorous process ourselves here, and by the time you synthesise what we have gone out with in respect of the letter of expectation, the feedback with the key themes, the draft statement of intent from Auckland Transport itself, Claire is keeping a very close watch that everything has been captured and it's been reflected either in the measures or in the accompanying print. So it is pretty comprehensive. Okay, we've got a few questions coming up there. Councillors Darby, Brown, Dalton, Philippina, Simpson and Walker.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Claire. Claire, look, it's a bit late in the piece, but sometimes it's events that prompt you to think about things that are missing. And I can't help but think that the Auckland Transport Network is, covers some 22% of urban Auckland's landmass, and it's largely impervious. And I'm getting to the point of my question, which is the impacts that the transport network has on the generation of stormwater and the quality of stormwater. So, Claire, I've just given you a heads up this morning on this. In a nutshell, is there a case at this point to insert a specific direction to Auckland Transport to address the impact of the transport network on stormwater generation and stormwater quality?
Thank you through the Chair. Look, through the draft SOI, Auckland Transport certainly note the challenges that they're facing with their asset renewal and maintenance program and the impacts of the storm events on these. I think there is probably potential to ask them to consider what those impacts are and to report back a bit more on that. It is a complex area with the 3 water reforms that are taking place, and I think there's certainly an expectation, or we could have an expectation to say, how are they going to work under those reforms, you know, on those matters, and probably to actually think about doing this work and thinking about that will actually help them engage in a new entity should one take place. So I think there is potential to, in the letter, to actually respond to that.
Okay, Chair, I might just leave it to you and the Mayor to pick that up. And you know, we all know that the impervious surfaces continue to be created. Auckland Transport are pretty generous when it comes to designing things that are impervious rather than pervious. But I think in the narrative supporting this, I'm sure Claire, Mayor, and yourself can refine the words rather than dealing with them here.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Darby. I think that's been noted by Barry here. Mayor Brown.
Thanks very much for your work on this. It is a bit of a painful process, but we will get to the edge, and it is good that AT are listening and changing. But I think the draft statement intends a step in the right direction, and I welcome acknowledge that they need to fundamentally change their approach as I requested and their commitment to saving money. Have more specific and measurable targets that demonstrate the tangible outcomes are required. I think you're working on that. So we've got to progress on simplifying temporary traffic management to reduce the numbers of unsightly cones, as well as charging contractors for parking to incentivise them to reduce the space they take up. And that somehow or other has to be in there. I am constantly driving them mad in there by pointing out places where they're forcing pedestrians onto streets just to avoid cones. I want ambitious progress on rolling out the dynamic lanes, and I think they're working on it, but I want to see that they're stating various streets. I want to have times on that. Another low cost, the bus transponders, another low cost work, so these improvements will be benefiting tens of thousands every day by the end of this financial year. Or the next. AT need to prioritise the recovery of the public transport services to quickly achieve pre-COVID levels, and I think that's in there, but I want to make absolutely sure you got it there. To do this, they need to have a transport recovery plan with milestones. And they need to ensure that communications with Auckland's on transport services will be drastically improved, both when disruptions occur as well as letting people and know what services are improving once they are. We had a mismatch between AT and Waka Kotahi last week on communications from the AEM. To give AT their due, they did apologise. Waka Kotahi have yet to. AT need to make progress on how they improve and maintain unsealed roads by learning from rural councils to the north and south who seem to do a much better job of it. And lastly, I want to see them raising parking prices to market levels. I don't know why we're subsidising people to park in the city centre. I know there's an issue with the parking fines, which we require government intervention ridiculously, and I've got that underway, and that's not helping because the parking fine is less than the parking charge in some places. Now, I've got a copy of those for you, but I just want to let you know that I think you're going quite well. They're going quite well, but these are some things that have to be there before John and I sign the damn thing off. Are you all right with that? Thank you.
Okay, you've captured that, Claire, thanks. Councillor Dalton online.
Yeah, thank you, John. I had 2 specifics as well, and one of them the Mayor's just mentioned. I wanted to know if we can prioritise the implementation of an increase in the parking fees to take place in the 23-24 annual plan. Clear. I don't know if we can get that specific, but it seems to me it's taking a long time. And this is an opportunity for us to increase those parking fees to market levels in the coming annual plan, please. And I have another one after this.
So thank you, Councillor Dalton, through the chair. So the section in the draft SOI on the value for money does highlight that work that Auckland Transport are proposing to undertake. We can when we're saying that we want milestones and deliverables on that, we can kind of reiterate that that's a priority for us in our letter going back.
Okay. The second one, just around Auckland Transport working with council, and I specifically mean with staff. I'd like to see more of an emphasis or more of a priority for Auckland Transport to work with our growth transport and infrastructure strategy team on more things than just the RLTP. It will strengthen the advancement on the implementation of the TERP, but other work that we do often in silos and then come together, I'd like to see that relationship a lot stronger and knitted together. Can we word that into there, please? Because it's a time saver. It's a time saver in the grand scheme of things. Thank you.
Yes, I think we can do that.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Filipaina?
Thank you, Chair. Always been a process person, Chair, and so I firstly want to, and I've looked at the recommendations that we have, and the interest is around B, having the Mayor and Chair of this committee be delegated the authority to finalise the shareholder feedback. If we go to the presentation and you got the what is next, I think, and you had the charts, I'm getting a wee bit sort of not confused, but want to clarify. If you have a look at that AT Statement of Intent 23-26 timeline, 23 to 26 timeline. So, Chair, with the suggestions that you're getting now, and I'll ask both our presenters, what happens if what is being suggested now is something that is significant? Are we saying we'll leave that to you, Chair, and His Worship the Mayor to approve? I mean, I would rather, even if it's just to get that answer for that one, because somewhat of what I'm hearing now needs to be put into the statement of intent, even after the workshop, may be significant. So I just needed to sort of go through, Alistair, to yourselves first and see what happens with the issues that are being put in front of you to say, we need to do this and we need to put this into the statement of intent. Who makes the decision on whether it's significant or not? So I don't know.
I'll have a go at that. Through the Chair, look, the point of today is to finalise the shareholder feedback, the shareholder being you collectively as members of the governing body. Now, as staff, we've put down what we think you conveyed to us at the earlier workshop that we've had. If there's anything additional to that we hear today, we as staff need to be confident that that is the view collectively of this committee. Now, in the past, because there's been a number of comments, we don't put everything up as an individual resolution, but if a comment is made by any of you to say, oh, could you please include that in the letter to go back to Auckland Transport, without doing a straw poll, we just need the sense from you or agreement from you collectively as a committee that that is something we should take on board and include in the letter that we will draft, which will ultimately be signed out by the Mayor and the Chair of this committee. The delegation to those two people is to sign out a letter that reflects the agreed feedback of this committee. We don't want to wordsmith it in this committee, but ultimately the letter must reflect the feedback that you agree. I hope that is clear.
It is, and Chair, supplementary to that, because again, this is important to me with suggestions that have been put forward by those on this committee. So as a result of what you've heard so far, and there's still going to be some councillors and Independent Māori Statutory Board possibly yet to comment, with what you have heard so far, are there any, not concerns, but things that are significant with what people are asking to be added to the statement of intent? If it's not, I would want, moving forward, because I see the shaking of the head, moving forward, if there is any suggestion of something being put in, I would love to hear from both of you to say, look, this is significant, therefore then we need to make a decision around it. So if I can get that opportunity. Chair, just a comment to, well, when I say comment, the question to you is, what happens with the process from there?
So that's a good question, Councillor Filipaina. And what I have noticed with the feedback today and even the feedback earlier is that it's actually already encapsulated to a large degree in our feedback or in what Auckland Transport have come back to us with a statement of intent. So when I go to the commentary that Claire is making, often it's a refinement or an addition to a point, to a piece of feedback that has already been made. I guess what you're asking, and it's a very valid point, is if it is something markedly new or it's not captured to a greater or lesser extent in some of our feedback already, then that would be worthy of highlighting to the meeting, and I think that's a fair point to make. So I guess the other thing is that Claire certainly has her a view over this whole process, which it is quite a job of synthesising all the various bits and pieces here, but she assures me that it has all been captured, and when you go through the various attachments and that, you see that either in the print or in the kind of boxes, it is getting captured, and the purpose, I guess, largely of today, seeing we've been through the process, is hopefully just to pick up some refinements that aren't outliers, but if there is, as you say, then that should be made known.
And just a process question, last one, sorry, Chair. What happens then? It goes to Auckland Transport, the board. If they have any issues, it then comes back to us, or will that go back to, again, the Chair and His Worship the Mayor to make any calls? I just want to get the end process and then, yep, it's approved. That's all, because it doesn't say here.
Through the Chair, and first of all, rest assured we will shout out if a comment is made that we think is significant. The formal letter will go to Auckland Transport. Sometimes in the past, staff from various CCOs have approached our team for clarity as to what was intended by a comment. I think if that happened, we would give our view, or if it was slightly needed a bit more of a discussion, then it's probably a role for the chair and deputy chair of this committee as the group that formally signs off the feedback to perhaps clarify that. But generally, by the time we get to sending a formal letter with shareholder feedback, hopefully things are getting clearer.
Thank you for indulgence, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Filipaina. Councillor Simpson, Walker, IMSB member James Brown, and Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Chair. In light of Councillor Filipaina's last question, I'm going to word my question very carefully. I know we discussed this at the workshop, but the recent rain emphasises the need to be nimble, the ability to mobilise and communicate effectively. Could we ask AT to prioritise not just projects, but also systems to ensure effectiveness in crisis situations? Because the reference to AT's approach to risk management in particular is there, but it's split into three things. So I want to help here. It's in Get the Basics Right on page 20. It's in with Challenges and Constraints on page 16. And it's in there under Sustainability and Environment. So my question is, could you tweak under one of those 3 points or all of the above, something to cover the prioritisation of systems to ensure effectiveness in crisis situations? Not anything new, Councillor Filipaina.
Look, I think if that's something that the committee is supporting, I think we can certainly include that in the letter to go back. They do make the comment around the investment and the projects and stuff, but there isn't, you're right, there isn't that sort of underlying theme coming through really that they are looking at these systems to address that sort of stuff. And I think given the recent events, that would be appropriate if everyone is in agreement.
So can I just ask one question to the councillors, Chair? Does anyone think that's not a bad idea? Right, okay, that looks like agreement, thank you.
Okay, so rather unusual way of doing things, but I think it's achieved the net result. Councillor Walker.
Sure, I've got a few things that I'd like to add by way of question, and I would suggest through you, Mr. Chair, that these are simply refinements. I really want to emphasise and endorse what the Mayor said about the cones and so on and the disruption. There is a mention minimising the impact of disruption on the network. That's under transport and access, and I agree with the Mayor, it's woefully inadequate. We've really got to labour that point. The other little tweak under, I think, opportunity and prosperity, it mentions I think things to do with work and leisure, but if we could add to that retail and education, because they are important needs of Aucklanders. Obviously, if people are able to shop locally, they're able to make a local trip, for example. And then the other thing that I just want to pick up on, and it goes further to Desley Simpson's comment about the storm. The realisation we have in Auckland is that many of our roads need to act as overland flow paths. This is the case in other cities that have torrential downpours like Singapore and the like. You could list a whole lot of them. And that really needs to be integrated into Auckland Transport's thinking. For example, a busway can be an overland flow path, for example, so that it's conducting water away and not causing flooding. So I just suggest that there's some refinement necessary, so it's top of mind. And the other comment that I'd make that maybe isn't in there is that there is a strong need for Auckland Transport to focus on disruption. The pace of change around electrification, the association of artificial intelligence, and particularly the related issue of full self-drive, is imminent. And when that happens, and it's just a matter of time, the disruption that will occur and the impact on public transport will be nothing short of substantial. So it's critical that we give that sort of advice to Auckland Transport so that they are planning. Otherwise, we could be making investment decisions that are woefully suboptimal. Thanks.
Okay, Member Brown.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Firstly, just to acknowledge the SOI's capturing of its relationship, particularly to the IMSB, in doing so. We're keen to get, if it were, the final draft SOI that's going out, obviously around how AT have considered the IMSB's issues of significance. That aside, one of the key recommendations in the Māori impact statement was what seems to be an appetite to make sure there's continued reporting of the Māori outcomes within AT's quarterly reporting. Just from a housekeeping perspective, Mr. Chair, we just want assurances that that'll be the case. Kia ora.
Thank you, Member Brown. Alistair, would you like to respond to Member Brown for that assurance he's asking?
Yes, that would be something we would look to continue to see reported through the quarterly reporting. And in addition to that, I understand there's separate reporting on progress towards the outcomes signalled in Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau that goes to the joint governing body IMSB Hui, but we would certainly look to continue it in quarterly reporting.
Okay.
Kia ora, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Brown. We go to Councillor Turner now.
The conversation has moved on considerably since I put my hand up, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to say that, you know, every bureaucrat I talk to tells me they want concise, short, you know, all our CCOs have all these conflicting things that they try to grapple with that we've put in their way. And what made me put my hand up is when I heard, you know, we were talking about charging more for car parks, and yet we're now taking car parks away. And so, you know, why we don't call the car park strategy room to make profit rather than room to move. I know it's out of step with even the process we're in now, but boy, we really need to try to clarify things and get it down to small, neat stuff that they can actually respond to. Yeah. Thank you.
Good point. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone that's been involved in getting the process to this point. My question perhaps could be to you, Mr. Chair, as well as the officers. Do you think, I mean, we've got the prioritisation of the recovery of Auckland's public transport to achieve pre-COVID-19 patronage levels, but do you feel that there are specifics and whether further measures should be put in place that can be used effectively? Do you think we've been strong enough in that particular area? And I'd really welcome just a little bit of feedback, and particularly in light of Councillor Filipaina's comments. I would rather put concerns that I have on the table now, so that if we need to see movement in that area, that the Mayor and the Chair can feel that they have the mandate of the councillors behind them on this.
Thank you. Look, I do think that's an area that we need to address with Auckland Transport around the measures, and it is why we have set up a workshop for next week. You know, they are proposing significant changes to the performance measurement framework, and it's not really clear at this point what has driven the changes and what they're wanting to report, what the methodology is. A number of them don't have any baselines, there's no targets, and so we are wanting to understand from them, you know, a bit more information around that, and then we want to be able to look at that and go, does that actually really meet the needs that we're asking in the direction that's being given in that respect? And I think that that's an ongoing conversation that's going to take, you know, a few sessions to work through, and then hopefully when we get the final back, and you know, we've got a lot more comfort around the measures.
Well, yes, I think I'm comfortable with the notion of, you know, the council staff working to agree some of the more precise measures and targets. When you certainly look at the combination of the paper before us today and AT's response, the draft statement of a 10, it is pretty comprehensive, and the direction of travel is very clear. If you do nothing else but read the opening statement from the chairman, it is a pretty remarkable signal as to the direction AT will be taking from here on, and you know, one that will meet with huge support around here. So yeah, I'm satisfied with the way things are going, Councillor Fletcher.
That's good to know. The second area that I feel I would like to see perhaps strengthened is in the communication with the wider Auckland public. And I wonder whether that will also be the opportunity with the workshop that we can actually do a bit of a deep dive into to further strengthen. Is there any comment that you would wish to make on that?
Sorry, Councillor Fletcher, with the workshop, the measures workshop. That wasn't specifically to look at communication and the program. We do acknowledge in the point that we are expecting to see improvements in the communications plan and how that works with a passenger transport recovery plan. Are you talking specifically about a measure in relation to that communication? That's something we could certainly address in that workshop, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I'm a little bit nervous, I guess, about the lack of mention of climate and action in that space, because obviously transport emissions are a huge part of Auckland's total emissions. In particular, the opportunity under part 2 around the second part, getting the basics right. There's a number of aspects there where we could quite easily put in something that was explicit about climate. So, for example, in the second one, reprioritise the capital program. We've got there prioritise weather event recovery projects, asset management, blah, blah, blah. We could quite easily put in there something about, acknowledging that we need to prioritise projects that will reduce emissions. So that's something I'd like to see more strongly reflected in the document, is acknowledging that the climate role is actually part of getting the basics right. Any suggestions in that space about how we could give that feedback and get that better reflected in the final? Thanks.
Through the chair, paragraph 29 of our report does say that we want them to be stronger in that area, and we would include that point in the letter. It is part of our recommendation.
Okay, thanks. So that finishes off the questions, Duncan. It does, and I don't know if there's any comment. Is there?
I'm happy to move.
Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Fletcher, seconded by Councillor Simpson. We have one speaker to it, Councillor Newman.
Oh, look, Chair, I just wanted to, if I may, and I really appreciate what Ken Turner said about the conflicting nature of this council. It's a real challenge for me, and I'm sure it's a real challenge for Auckland Transport and to many of my constituents. And if I may, Chair, I just want to say, look, I think the shareholder, we're struggling to decouple the reality of Auckland Transport's financial position, where they're getting limited funding, including limited funding from their Wakatai subsidy to address asset renewals, as well as recovery following extreme weather, versus, I really appreciate that some people really aspire to drive forward with to move forward with the whole climate space around TERP, which a lot of which is quite unfunded. So I do have some sympathy for Auckland Transport insofar as every time we are wanting to capture in documents such as an SOI the requirement for them to meet financial KPIs, including, the implementation of unfunded activities, they will try and do their best, but I worry that we set them up to fail. And the only thing that will happen there is that the shareholder will be disappointed. Secondly, Chair, I do think that we need to cut Auckland Transport some slack. I think they genuinely are starting to try and do more with less. I think their parking strategy that they came back to us with is way better than what they pitched before the election. And so credit to the senior management of the Board of AT on that. And finally, Chair, I just think that I accept that we want to be aspirational, but we need to be mindful of the fact that the forward projections from the budget for whatever budget we adopt next month, are going to require us to revisit the transport CapEx program with AT in the long-term plan. We've got a new transport integrated transport plan coming, I'm sure. We'll have a new government policy statement on land transport, quite possibly quite a radical new GPS at the end of the year. And Auckland Transport have already signalled to us that their forward CapEx is going to need to be based on asset renewals, which is funded through rates. And that means a more conventional role for Auckland Transport in the future. and that will need to be expressed in the long-term plan. So, Chair, in supporting this, I think that the SOI can't be a blue skies exercise. This is an SOI for the times, and we're in a very capital constrained environment where it will be recovery, which is at the heart of Auckland Transport's role and function. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Fletcher, you wanted to make a comment?
Well, actually, it's not a comment. It's to a degree going back to questions, and that is I've just reading parts of the budget where there are 327 million for free public transport for primary school aged children, half price public transport for under 25s from the 1st of July this year, benefiting about 774,000 people, and pay rises for bus drivers. Just by the time we have our workshop, can this information be massaged into what our expectations are and where our responsibilities might fall? Will there be that level of information available by then?
So through the chair, look, the workshop that we're having staff to staff with AT next week is really trying to understand the measures that are proposed in the methodology and how it aligns with the intervention logic. We probably will need another 1 or 2 sessions after that to agree some of the measures. And I think by that point, hopefully we will have some of the outcomes from the budget decisions and can help inform that a bit more. Does that,
right. Thank you.
I think I'd just add to that there's not only the information from the annual plan, but also central government's budget and how that, and I think that might be what you're referring to here. I'm trying to think how to say this politely and struggling. I'm never sure how quickly we get clarity out of central government, but as soon as we get some clarity as to how much of that funding and how that any conditions around its use, then I think we can ask Auckland Transport to incorporate that into their statement of intent.
I think you've said it with great diplomacy. I guess my comments are really, and questions are following on from the comments made by Councillor Newman. I do believe that Auckland Transport are making a significant change, and there is a change in attitude, but I don't want to see us burden them with expectations that are created out of the budget where we're not really sure where funding responsibility might sit.
All right, okay. Thank you, Alistair and Claire. I should have actually asked you to move back, but it's been a rather unusual item this way, one way or another. I'll very quickly myself finish off with a comment to finish off this debate, if we can call it that, and it really goes to some of the matters that have been brought up by both Councillor Fletcher and Newman in their comments. If you look through the Auckland Transport's response and their draft statement of intent, I think they do make a point of putting on the record some of these provisos or caveats, if you like, in respect of budgets and approved funding. So I think we definitely do need to recognise the fact that that it is a very unusual environment we've moved out on, and in fact that we're still in, and that is going to have an effect. We can't just merely soldier on under the expectation that the current environment doesn't affect some of these things we're asking them to do. And in that respect, I think they've been quite helpful themselves. If I look at the point to do with parking, for instance, one of the points they make in their response is to establish a program to identify and realise opportunities to implement or increase AT charges for the services we provide where these are currently undercharged. So I think we certainly need to listen to AT too. Certainly at the sale of one of the proposed sale of the downtown car park, there was quite an extensive research piece from AT presented going to parking charges and the equity issue that AT were very nobly pursuing in the respect of actually making parking accessible to the people that come into Auckland City. So I think we do need, and we do in this, give the opportunity to be informed by AT, because in some instances it's not quite as black and white as we think. There are other bigger issues involved in this case, not least of which would be conceivably pricing the city centre out of suburban commuters or visitors. So I think they have identified that. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. And I think that's that item. So we now go to the final part of the meeting, which is to do with Auckland Transport. I asked the Auckland Transport team to come up. We have a Q3 performance report and the Auckland Transport update. In fact, Claire will lead off the first part, but as we've done in the past, we'll combine the two to expedite things. Over to you, Claire.
Hi, thank you again. Look, this report is to receive Auckland Transport's Q3 performance report for the period from the 1st of January to the 31st of March. You should have received yesterday an update from Auckland Transport that included a table correcting some inaccuracies in the performance report. The key movement in that respect is with regard to the freight level of service metric, which was previously reported as not meeting the target, and that's been corrected to being within the target range now, so it is online. That therefore changes the targets from there are 13 targets that now have not been met and 12 that are on track and 6 that are yet to be reported on. The AT performance report notes the impacts of the January storm events and the damage to the Auckland Transport network, which is ongoing in parts. Their capital expenditure is tracking at 95% of planned spend, and AT do note that any reforecast underspend will need to be reallocated to flood response areas. While the total operating revenue is favourable to budget due to funding from Waka Kotahi, their parking and revenue enforcement continues to be below target. I think the other key point to note is that the majority of their programs are on track, but changes to and as a response from the LOE mean that the Connected Community program is being revisited, and this is having an impact on some of their performance measures. I think, as the Chair has said, as ATR in attendance to provide the monthly update, it is appropriate to ask any questions of them in the next section after you've heard the latest monthly update. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. I think, yes, that's our sort of process that we've adopted. So I'm happy to move the recommendation in order to get the AT team up here to answer people's questions. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by the Mayor, Mayor Brown. All those in favour? Against? Okay, thank you everyone, and we will then call the AT team up to the table. And we have both Marks, Mark Lang, Mark Lambert, and Stacey. Welcome, folks, and over to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon, Chair Watson, Deputy Chair Fletcher, and Mayor Brown, and other members of the elected members. I'm Mark Lang. I'm acting for Dean until he gets back on Tuesday, obviously joined by Stacey and Mark. We're going to run through this presentation reasonably quickly today, but I would just like to start with a few opening comments that it's been really valuable to hear the SOI conversation. And one of the things you'll see in our presentation today is, whilst the SOI is still draft, we're not waiting to start implementing some of the things that are in it. So we're going to give you specific updates on temporary traffic management, dynamic lanes and the bus transponders, and also some of the performance around recent weather events and how public transport's going. Again, touching on the SOI conversation, so another two things that we are specifically working on that were just discussed is the parking fees. We are targeting 1 July for potential changes, and also reviewing those road corridor access charges again, so for temporary traffic management potentially from 1 July. So again, we're wanting to start the year on the front foot, not waiting until this document's finalised. I would like to flag the other key thing that we're doing at the moment is obviously we're in the middle of a change proposal, and one of the key pieces of work we need to do around the ESOI still, and to the point around delivery and milestones, is ensure that we take into account both the fiscal and people constraints that we will be facing in the next 12 months, and it probably touches on partly what Councillor Newman was raising, that we just need to make sure that the SOI is absolutely robust and that what we put in there is things that we commit to delivering. Is probably, in some of the language we're starting to use internally, is doing less but doing it better. So that's definitely a key focus for us as an organisation. If I just jump through to the... Yeah, please, thanks, Stacey. So this slide obviously sets out some of the recent highlights. Obviously, and we'll touch on this in a minute, the ongoing bus driver shortage. And obviously, you can see the trends that are tracking. Obviously, there's been government announcements today that those have caught up on around the budget, around potentially helping with issues around driver wages, etc. So obviously, there's been some good engagement, and obviously there's a lot of key work to still do in this space. Completion of the physical works on Matakana Link Road, awarding of the third build contract for the fourth new ferry, so this is the next aluminium hybrid boat. Further bus transponder rollout, decision by Dean to appoint, and that's obviously out there at the moment for expressions of interest, but an Executive General Manager of Public Transport. So absolutely taking on board that feedback that we need to dial down our focus specifically on public transport. And then obviously working together program across council, families, water care, Kaingroa, etc. So good collaboration across local and central government agencies. Challenges, not surprisingly, relate to rail network outages, weather events, obviously ongoing customer satisfaction around public transport, and obviously more recently the ferry issues this week. So again, most of the issues are related to weather and public transport issues. So if we just start diving into some of these direct points that we just discussed around the draft statement of intent, so temporary traffic management, we have been updating our website and introducing some new capability. I'd call this a bit of a soft launch at the moment, just to check that we've got the systems in place, but actually putting in place a button you can click on that says report a problem, report surplus road cones out on the network, and then putting in place systems so that those cones go and get picked up. And you can see the chart on the bottom right, just the number of new abandoned road cone forms coming through. So once we are confident that we have the systems in place behind this for picking up that street furniture, we'll go far more above the line with it as an activity. Just jump to the next one. So the dynamic laning, obviously another key area of focus around the letter of expectation. So we have gone through and identified 180 potential locations. These have been down selected to 22 potential opportunities, and 7 are progressing at the moment to modelling. And we don't have a prioritised list at this stage, but we're working through based on a series of ways of considering these, what might be the best candidate sites to proceed with. Likewise with the bus transponders, some pleasing work in this space, particularly as you can see here, the 2 phases of a trial, Manukau Par Road and also down Dominion Road, the 10 stops, intersections through that. And obviously we're going to target Eastern Busway as well, so again making some progress in advance of the statement of intent being finalised. Performance metrics, apologies for the error in the previous quarterly report. It was just a calibration issue between the 2 reports, and we will dig into some more of these as we dig into the rest of this presentation. But obviously public transport boardings continue to grow, and that's the annualised historic number as we start to lap some of those lower months from a year ago. And some positive trends obviously on the left-hand column. But again, obviously, the major concern on this page is really around DSI, which Stacey's going to talk more about. And so deaths and serious injuries continue to be, I guess, one of our key areas of concern.
Thanks, Mark. So I'll just give a quick update of progress against public transport metrics. So overall, we continue to see growth in public transport year on year. At the moment, as Mark's just mentioned, we are at 65.6 million boardings for the last 12 months as a rolling average. We're currently forecasting 68 million by the end of June for this financial year, which is above the 59 million SOI target. And despite patronage having gone down in the last few weeks, particularly as a result of service impacts and weather, operating at the moment around 70% pre-COVID levels, we are still targeting 80% run rate effectively by the end of this financial year, by the end of June, to give us a good start for next year. If we're starting at around 80%, we would hope by the end of that year to be achieving 100% of pre-COVID patronage levels. In terms of our performance against other cities, the top left graph shows the patronage recovery in Auckland, red, as we show each month, against that in Christchurch and Wellington. As I've just mentioned, in the last few weeks, we have seen a downturn in the rate of patronage against pre-COVID levels, down to around 70%. So we have seen a bit of a downturn because of service levels and weather, but we are targeting still for that 80% pre-COVID level by the end of this financial year. The graph on the bottom left is our reliability of bus services, again relative to Christchurch and Wellington, and shows that we are making some headway in that space, albeit not as quick as we would like, as we're getting returned to driver levels that we would expect to see. So the bus driver shortfall at the moment, it has decreased to 297 overall, which is a decrease from around 550, I think, before Christmas. North Shore is still disproportionately being impacted particularly from the Riches Albany depot, but having spoken to their chief executive just last night, some relatively good news. We've got 18 drivers who are ready to join, trained in the next 2 weeks, and that should take some significant pressure off, in particular the NX1 service, which we've asked them to prioritise. We're also expecting to see the reinstatement of the 50B service on Waiheke Island as from 1 July, because they now have sufficient drivers which they're just completing the training on to restore their service levels. Ferry crew shortage remains at around 35. However, the good news is that the recent announcements by the Minister to improve the immigration settings again allows Fullers to progress offshore recruitment for those vacancies. Just our usual slide looking at the arterial road network performance. As we'd expect to see, March continued the lower service levels as we saw in February. Given the concept of March Madness, they are typically our worst months of the year. During March, the data shows that 70% of the arterial network operated at good or acceptable levels of service relative to congestion, and that is against a 12-month rolling average of around 77% of the network. To put that into perspective, obviously the morning peak is typically the worst, and there was a 63% service level across the network in the morning peak. Put that into context, that means broadly that our AM peak average speed was 39 kilometres per hour across the network. Thanks, Stacey. And just a quick update on where we're at with the weather recovery across the road network. Last week we opened Piha Road, open to the public. The 9th of May storm event did create a number of slips across the network, with a major slip at Caton Road in Waitakere, which has resulted in a new road closure, unfortunately, but access is available to all residents. Across the network, we're now down to 10 road closures, with residents able to access either side of that closure. And remedial works and design and investigation has commenced on all slips across the network. There are currently 320 and 130 bridge or culvert scour sites as well, which we're working on. We are just finalising, as part of the forward capital programme, our budgets around this, and at the moment the recovery cost estimate over 2 to 3 years is looking in the order of 300 to 400 million, which we will be building into the capital programme. Over to you, Mark.
It's me. Kia ora. So far, we've had 633 deaths and serious injuries reported on Tamaki Makaurau roads over the last 12 months, and that's from May 22 to April 2023. And that is 49 people who have lost their lives on our roads, and 584 that have been seriously injured. 189 DSI have occurred on Tamaki Makaurau roads year to date, so that's from January to the end of April. And obviously that's far too many. Point to note on that, however, is we have seen a 21% decline in fatalities during that time frame when you compare that to the same time frame in 2022, where nationally fatalities have declined also 7% compared to the same time last year. Drivers and motorcyclists obviously remain the largest group harmed on our roads as well in terms of that. So that's 39% and 21% of the DSI for those categories. In terms of vulnerable road users, they make up 44% of those numbers in terms of those DSI numbers, and that's 21% on motorcycle, 16% on pedestrian, and 7% in terms of cyclists. So just a reminder in terms of kilometres travelled, obviously that is a huge disparity in equity in terms of modal choice and harm across our network. So if we go to the next slide, we've got that local board view that we presented last time. And in terms of that, some of those metrics that we talked about look very similar to last time. So we still have over half of the DSI occurring within 6 local board areas. And they are Rodney, Franklin, Manurewa, Henderson, Massey, Otara, Papatoe and Howick. And we have 43% of injuries for pedestrians and cyclists occurring within 5 local board areas, and they are Otara, Papatoe, Manurewa, Waitemata, Howick and Devonport and Takapuna. So one question that did come up last time that I thought I'd include in here was, what is the percentage split between sealed and unsealed roads? So we did put that up there this month to show that view. So 98% of DSI does occur on sealed roads. Only 2% have occurred in terms of roads that are unsealed, or what they call end of road. So where it goes from a sealed road into an unsealed road over the last year. And none of those were fatalities, but in terms of that, it does provide you that perspective when we have those conversations about sealed versus unsealed.
Thanks, Stacey. In terms of our capital program, what we've actually done, I don't know if councillors have seen it yet, but we've asked for a confidential workshop 24th next week by the Transport Infrastructure Committee to actually give you an update on just how we're tracking with the capital program, and particularly the plans for, I guess, the next 1 to 2 years and some of the challenges. We just think it warrants probably a separate workshop to do that. In terms of how we're tracking year to date, we've spent 95% of the budget. Within that, the funding mix is pretty close to 50-50 between central and local government. It says CIP there, 1%, it's Crown Infrastructure Partners continuing to contribute to some of the projects. So a good mix of funding. Obviously, the recent storm events have increased some delivery risks, and obviously there's some emerging funding challenges over the next 3 to 4 years. I would call out within the existing program this year, whilst we've spent 95% of the budget, there has been a change in mix a little bit towards more money on the likes of renewals, and some of the key corridor improvement projects have been slowed down in line with the letter of expectation when we're looking to start looking at the affordability of some of those projects, as some of them are being re-reviewed. But we can pick that up next week. In terms of highlights, new electric trains milestones, so the new EMUs are on track, and obviously one of the next key projects for us is getting the new stabling at Wiri kicked off. Obviously we talked about the ferry contract being awarded, and 5.74 kilometres of safe cycling facilities added or upgraded, along with 5 high risk intersections. and we have secured Waka Kotahi funding for the ferry upgrade. What we will be doing, obviously, and it was touched on before, but in the next week, is digesting the government budget announcement today and just see how that starts to roll through into both this year and next, particularly around the flood response or storm response. Just jump to the next one, please. Thanks, Stacey. In terms of operating financial performance, the very short version here is that we think we will come within budget this year, despite all of the challenges we've been facing. Again, that's largely as a result of us starting to do, I guess, what I call significant cost reduction in the last few months, and the way it's playing out through the next few months of the year. We've also been obviously receiving additional funding from central government around the discounted fares, and which has helped actually with our PT recovery, etc., and obviously funding around the immediate flood response, which is now confirmed at a 91% contribution from central government. So on the operating side at the moment, we're actually, I guess, the key focus is getting ourselves onto a trajectory in line with the draft budget that obviously still needs to be finalised. But as we've talked about in some of the budget workshops, we think we have a line of sight to how we get there. So looking ahead, obviously key highlights, key focus on public transport. Dean's back next week, and obviously focusing on doubling down our focus on public transport with the appointment of a dedicated exec role. Finalisation of the statement of intent and making sure it's aligned to the budget critically. K-Road consultation and receiving the draft GPS from government was one of the key things that we want to actively input into when that comes out, particularly as it looks towards the balance of investments into the next NLTP period. Key challenges, obviously customer satisfaction across the transport network. I mean, we're all aware of the issues, but it is the key issue at the moment that's fronting us. Completing our change process internally, that's we're right in the middle of consultation still, but that will be getting confirmed early next week. And obviously will have a significant impact on people within Auckland Transport. And then just, again, off the back of today's announcements, working with Waka Kotahi to make sure we've got good line of sight into available funding as we head into next year, because again, half of our money effectively comes from central government. But that's a wrap on the presentation, so obviously happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Mark, Stacey, thanks very much. We've got some questions there for you from Councillors Ferry, Henderson and Simpson, and Mayor Brown.
Thank you. So I've got 3 questions. The first is around the looking at car parking fee increases, potentially coming into effect on the 1st of July, which I think is what I heard. What will the increased revenue be spent on?
At the moment, we've got about a $30 million hole in our parking revenues, and so that's effectively plugging a hole in the budget. So that's necessary to help us deliver on the 370 odd million hole in the council budget.
Okay, I just think that might be worth our consideration in our discussions. When are you likely to finalise what that will look like in terms of the finances? If they're coming into effect on the 1st of July?
We're working through that internally in the next 4 weeks. I'll need to check with the team exactly when it gets firmed up. Okay. But just to be clear, yeah, we're reliant on that increase to actually help us deliver on our budget.
Then the next one, the road cones, I think you've referred to them as abandoned road cones. That's great, and I have a constituent who gets really hot under the collar about those, but also other forms of what's kind of quasi-illegal dumping in the transport space. So, signs that are left over from construction that are never picked up, to a certain extent some of the micro-mobility devices that are left in the road corridor as well. Is that going to be, are people going to be able to use that tool to report those as well? Because I think that would be useful.
We've actually got Tracy Burkhan here from our team. Might get her to come and join us if that's all right. She's leading that piece of work.
Sure, thank you. And also, just while you're getting your seat, are you connecting up with the waste team within council proper?
Yes, you can actually report anything on that in that abandoned cone place, and I would encourage anybody, certainly signs, they are also road furniture we're interested in collecting, but anything like that, it gets cycled back through our customer a CRM system to the right people. So yes, I would encourage that. You can take a photograph as well and upload it onto there and drop a pin on a map.
Right.
So it's a good advance on that. The second question was about, sorry. Scooters.
Or the micro-mobility. So, I mean, I guess the question is really, so you've said, you know, someone will go out and pick it up. Is that us as in the council family going out and picking it up, and then what happens to it if it belongs to somebody else? Like, you know, a lot of the road cones actually don't belong to us.
No, none of them belong to us. We've got 8 of our tier 1 roading contractors and TTM companies that pick it up without charging, and they repatriate anything that's branded back to its owner. But also Fulton Hogan have got a scheme where they're actually munching down the ones that aren't branded and making playground furniture and matting. Cool. So it's quite a good news story in that respect. But cones are quite expensive, and the proliferation of them on the network they make them quite a hot commodity for the people that pick them up.
Right. I'd love some more information about this, but I won't hog the time. That's fantastic. If we could get a bit more info, that would be fantastic. They're really good, and I think there is a comms opportunity there too, Mr. Mayor. My last one is to return to my least favourite topic with AT, which is the bus driver shortage. Previously I asked and was told that we were probably on track for the shortage to be resolved in about September. I wanted to know if there's any progress on that. And also specifically, you mentioned the 50B is going to be reinstated on Waiheke. That's great news. But are there other routes that are going to be reinstated prior to the full complement, and in particular the 27T? It's my favourite. Used to be my least favourite bus route, now it's my favourite. It doesn't exist at the moment.
I think I'll have to come back to you specifically on the 2017, but I will. So we're engaging with all operators on a very regular basis with regards to their recruitment plans and recruitment pipeline at this point. And we had confirmation earlier in this week from all operators. We are confident still of September to get back to the complement required to, subject to funding, to be able to operate our scheduled bus services. I will come back to you on the 2070, like I say, and I did mention that, for example, for North Shore, we are focused on making sure NX1, for example, and the Northern Express services are prioritised through those depots as well. And I know I should have answered it during the presentation, but you did ask a question of KiwiRail around the rail network rebuild. For people with disabilities, there is a dedicated site on our website, and they can call the contact centre if they're unable to use bus rail replacements, and they can get a free mobility service provided for them, and that can be done in advance as well. With regards to cyclists, we haven't specifically provided alternative services. That's difficult with buses, but we at each stage we are looking at whether we can do pop-up cycle lanes and just facilitate improved, at least temporary, infrastructure as well.
Thanks, Mark. I would just say my question was kind of more about how are you engaging with those groups to check whether what we're providing is actually meeting their needs. But I appreciate you might need to come back on that.
No, we have a dedicated group called the Public Transport Advisory Group, which we meet on a monthly basis, I think, and we've engaged with them on that particular solution, and we're checking in with them how it's going for their members as well. We obviously do engage with cycling groups as well on an ongoing basis.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. 2 questions, both on death and serious injury. So taking out the rural areas, it just doesn't seem to be any reason why there's such a huge discrepancy between local board areas. I mean, I wouldn't think Henderson Massey is particularly a place where you can go very fast, especially in traffic. So why is there such a discrepancy? Why are some of the poorer areas of our city, why do they have the most amount of deaths and serious injuries?
Thank you for that question. It's a really good question, to be fair, in terms of that. Why? I think there's multiple factors at play with that, and a lot of it does have to do with equity of access as well, which is something obviously we need to have a broader conversation about. So in terms of, you know, investment in different modes and making sure they're accessible to all. But also it does have, when you sort of drill down into some of what are the causal factors, you will see that there might be absence of warranted fitness, star rating of vehicles that come into it. And so some of those factors do play out into terms of what you see in social demographics across the region that add to the numbers.
So just to follow up, and then I've got another one. Thank you, Chair. So bouncing off that answer, would it then be fair to say that there is an inequity in terms of the investment that poorer areas get as opposed to wealthier areas in terms of different modes?
Another really good question. Not necessarily. In terms of that, as I said, I think there's different things at play in terms of that, and it is, you know, the access around what people have and means in terms of travel. And so you go back to that scenario, will you get in your car without a warrant and actually it being decently roadworthy if you have to get to your job to feed your children, right? And that's a really good sort of case scenario to think about. Someone's always going to do that. If they have to, in order to be able to make ends meet. So there's broader conversations around that, but yes, in terms of when we look at our public transport network and how it's structured, are we meeting the needs of some communities? No, I think we've said that before in terms of that and how we actually work with communities to provide solutions that meet their needs. A lot of shift workers, as an example, in terms of that, bus timetables may not be fit for purpose within the area. So that's something that we're learning about and trying to improve upon.
Interesting. Thanks for that work. That's really, really interesting. I'd like to know more, and I'll keep following it up as we go. My last question, thank you, Chair. I'm really concerned at looking at the discrepancy here with 7% cyclists in road user type being death and serious injury. Can I just kind of put that number in context? What's the normal mode share of cycling?
Gosh, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's tiny. It's like less than 1% when you actually sort of break it down. What I can do is we do publish an equity analysis in terms of modal use each year. So there was one that was done in December. I will forward that to the chair of the committee to share because it is insightful because it sort of goes into that the equity factors. It's all about the equity factors with mode share and in terms of road harm.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Mayor Brown.
Good report, thanks. I'm very pleased about things like the dynamic lanes. Can we know, I've got questions about those. I don't know which the 7 are that have progressed to modelling and quite what the modelling means. Can we get a picture at some stage of what you think a model looks like? And what does modelling mean? I don't know, is that just numbers?
We can absolutely provide a list of the 7.
I'd like a little bit more information if you send me that. What does it mean? But good on you for getting underway. Very good indeed. And then on the DSI stuff, I know that those sort of questions popped up when I was involved in the LTSA. Drivers and motorcyclists represent 39 and 21. In order to get some change, you've got to really highlight where the real risks are. It says 21% of them are on motorcycles, and yet nowhere near like 21% of the people driving are on the roads are on motorcycles. So you have to, I know that the big saving of lives during my period in LTSA was, in fact, we talked people out of going on motorbikes. And there was a sudden rush of silly old men, which a lot of my mates were, when they get to 50, they all go and buy a Harley Davidson, and they remember when we all had 250 BSAs when we were young, and they get on a 1200cc thing, and there's a sudden massive spike of 45 to 60-year-old males falling off motorbikes. And so I'd like you to, but to present information that makes sense on that. 21% of them are on motorbikes, but as a percentage of what's on the road, it's really out of proportion. And so if you could get something that shows that out, and it's a bit like also what Councillor Henderson asked about cycleways, you know, as a percentage on the road, are they over-representing? And I think that tells you who's in danger. And then similarly, I mean, it's good that you're moving towards things like the road surface type. It looks as you get the idea here, it's actually safer to drive on an unsealed road, but I'm sure that's not the case. Well, again, you have to say, because 98% of accidents occurred on sealed roads. 98% of what percentage of our vehicles are travelling on sealed roads, which is probably 98%. It might even be 99%. So I'm not, if I look at that now, I think I should only drive on an unsealed road, but I can tell you this, from up north, as a percentage of the people, your percentage of people driving on it have a much higher chance of crapping out if they're on an unsealed road. So somehow or other, it's good that you got that, but it needs to be put in some sort of context, because people need to learn that you should be more careful on an unsealed road, unless I've got it wrong that it accidentally turns out to be safer. But I find that very hard to believe. So can we do something or other so that when we read these, just instead of reporting, so that a group of old councillors here can be fed information, I'd like to have it so that it stands out like dog's balls. It's not a good idea to ride a motorbike. It's not particularly clever to think it's safer to drive on a loose metal road, because my experience of that is that it's not. Right, there you are. Thank you for that. I'll shut up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colourful metaphors and.
Excuse me, sorry, through the chair, I just have an answer on the 7 dynamic lane sites. So the 7 sites are in no order of preference: Harris Road, Waipuna Road, Smales Road, Sylvia Park Road, Accent Drive, East Coast Road and Dairy Flat Highway. And these are being evaluated to confirm the benefits, impacts and priority. So that modelling will look at the benefits, impacts and priority of making those dynamic lanes.
Okay. I think I did see that one, but I was looking to see whether the Dominion Road's been rolled out with the cones. I want to have a crack at one of the big feeder roads like Dominion Road. That's really important, that you're having got 10 of them all connected up. The main thing really, I know those are good, but to have a real difference to how Auckland works, we've got to get them on the main roads. And Dominion Road, if you've got 10 of them now, let's have a crack at that, particularly given the fact that the government are thinking of pouring several $1 billion into Dominion Road on an untried thing. It'd be nice to see what improvement I could get with some buses. But I commend you for your efforts to get underway, and you will be suitably rewarded or castigated depending on bloody progress.
Okay, Councillor Lee.
It's just a point of information going back to the performance metrics slide. I noticed all the metrics in column 1 are given in percentages except for PT boardings. Now, PT is a major concern for us in terms of, especially in terms of the amount of budget, OPEX and CAPEX we put in to PT, and we heard in the previous item regarding the SOI, the aspiration to get back to and exceed pre-COVID-19 patronage levels. Now, 3.5 years on, well, not quite 3.5 years on, but more than 3 years on, the 65.6 million needs to be factored against the peak, the pre-COVID peak in December 2019, which was 103,167,517 passenger trips per year. That makes 63%. Now, we often hear 80, 85% coming from 80 sources, but it's important that we don't get complacent about this. We're still well behind the 8 ball. We're putting a hell of a lot of money into this, and it's costing our community dearly, and we need to focus and be aware that we have a long way to go. So the percentage in there should be 63% or slightly over 63%. Thank you.
Okay, no. Absolutely agree to the sentiment. Obviously, when we talk about the 63%, that is based on historic actuals. So if you take the last 12 months patronage compared to the 103 million, if we take, and depends on the week that we're picking at the moment, what we're trying to do is take a normalised week and annualise it. It's giving us a range that's over 70% at the moment, but there's a long way to go to get back from 70 million packs to 100 million packs. And the principal thing there that you're actually competing with is working from home is actually the biggest competitor to public transport in some ways. So to get back to 100 million actually means probably in old terms we've got to be doing a call on 130, because just the change in work patterns on Mondays and Fridays and other weekdays, etc. So we know it's a big aspiration, but it's if we're to galvanise ourselves around one thing as an organisation at the moment, it's probably the right thing to focus on.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And not just Mondays and Fridays, Thursdays. Have a look at the screen there. Okay, final questions, councillors Darby, Walker, Hills and Baker, and we do have a number of people that have to be away before 4, so I would appreciate some conciseness in the questions at this time in proceedings. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, thanks. Mark, not so much pertaining to this last quarter, but looking ahead, government's announcement today in the budget of fare free PT for under 13s, which was of course this council started that, at least on the weekends, some 5 years ago. Councillor Hills and I were championing that. We're championing a bit of what they've come out with today, in fact. And it includes, half price for community service card holders and under 25s, and of course total mobility users. But I was just wondering, Mark, that actually serves us a problem, but a good problem to solve, because we're likely to have induced demand for school bus services and tertiary students reaching universities and other places of training in the peak, where we've already got, quite significant demand. Do you have any initial thoughts on this and how we need to plan to respond? We've actually got a month and a bit to respond, haven't we?
We've got some of the buses, we don't have the drivers. So yeah, based on the announcement today, so as we understand at the moment, under 13s will be free, under 25s will be 50%, and community service card holders, as you said, will be 50%. Everybody else reverts back to their normal pre-50% discount from the 1st of July. We have started modelling, particularly around the under 13 free, because obviously that will increase demand, we hope, on our school services and other services. So we have started that. We don't have an answer yet. I'm expecting to have to put more buses and more resources into the school bus area and to those routes that carry a large school children load. But we don't have that answer yet. It may be that in the short term, and to take advantage of this, we do have to shift resources around, as we have done previously on the network up until March, to match demand to resource and capacity levels. But we've certainly started that work. While we understand it's 1 July that the funding is available, and we are already looking at whether we can implement the technical solution by 1 July. We do need to confirm whether it is 1 July or slightly later, based on our HOP card configurations, which we will need to change, as will obviously other regional councils will need to change their ticketing systems and to take advantage of the funding availability from 1 July as soon as possible. So we're already thinking about all that. And we're also looking at our previous fare policy and what haven't we implemented for various reasons over the last few years. For example, a weekly fare cap, which was a key product which we couldn't implement 2 or 3 years ago. And can we implement that as well at the same time to push public transport growth?
That's terrific. Just one last one there is, do we have any optics on whether the under 13s going fare free, is that with a HOP card or without? Because without, we don't have data.
We will be insisting it's with a HOP card. Otherwise, like you say, we don't have the data, and we can't. Well, actually, we need that data to recover the funding from government anyway. So I'm assuming it is absolutely with a zero price ticket or fare.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Darby. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just an intelligence question first. I'm not familiar with the government announcement, but does the fare deals, do they cover off ferries as well? Okay, in which case, my question then is...
Sorry, let me just, it certainly covers off contracted services. I don't know whether it covers off commercial services such as waiting.
Okay, so I really just want to alert you to an ongoing concern about ferry services, particularly the Gulf Harbour line. I'd make the suggestion in terms of communication that Auckland Transport post on the Gulf Harbour ferry page on an ongoing basis, because there continue to be instances where people arrive, they think there's going to be a ferry and there's no ferry. And anyway, it just goes on and on. The other question I've got just goes to the recent flood events, where in some instances there were cars that were parked in the network that were written off from flooding. So I would just hope that we are accumulating that information so that we know, because at some point in the future we may have to have a sign up saying don't park here if there's a heavy rainfall event, because your car might get written off. So just general intelligence that's required. And really the last comment that I'd make, Mr. Chair, is we have experienced at a couple of locations the park and ride at Silverdale, the park and ride at Otiha, some antisocial behaviour, and it's on the part of youth. So I'm just really alerting you, these fair deals are going to encourage more youth. Associated with that, there may well be more problems. So I'm just alerting you to that so that you've got some active response around that. It will become more difficult for the drivers to say, you know, have you paid or not, because they won't even have to pay anymore. Okay, so that's enough.
Okay, so thanks, and I think we will have an item coming on that very issue to the next TIC committee. Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. Just two to go. Councillor Hills and Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. This is just an idea, and maybe notice a motion or something, working with Councillor Watson if he supports it. But I remember the fare free weekends that we pushed forward was about $600,000 for the weekends. Obviously, we're suddenly going to not have to pay for up to 13s on the weekends. Is there any way to, before the 1st of July, quickly look at what it would cost to fund so it's going to be free for up to 16s in the weekends, and then the government policy is up to 13s. I'd like some advice soon if we can look at if we made a policy that would make it free for under 16s all week. It kind of makes sense, and I'm not sure if the 600,000 would cover it, but it's probably a policy that would standardise that and make a greater difference. So that's just on the table if that could be looked at. And the other one, thanks Mark for the calls back and forth about Fullers and the NX1s. What date did you say the NX1, those 18 drivers would be in and probably rolling out on the busway?
They're progressively joining the depot, as I understand it, over the next 2 weeks. And some are already trained, some will need to be trained, but I can come back to you with some dates on reinstatement or better reliability of the service.
Thank you. And the last question, just could you give a brief couple points on the ferry issues that the improvements coming through that you've sent us through, and what's being planned around the CCTV, the working together, that obviously was a safety issue on Tuesday that caused absolute mess in the Devonport route, but there are some positive things come through.
Sure, through the chair. So I think it was February or March we presented a ferry improvement programme, and we have made some significant progress against that in rolling out some initiatives. There's still quite a bit to do. For example, this week we have agreed with Fuller's that there will be a 2-hour default notification for cancelled services to us that aren't pre-cancelled, so that at least we can get comms out in advance. At the moment, operators tend to try and do their best, which is a good thing from a customer service point of view, to reinstate the service if they know it's going to be cancelled, but they go right up to the last minute, which causes communications issues. So we've agreed a process around that to improve that. In addition, we are supporting Fuller's to co-locate their their customer experience team, who basically manage their operations, and their customer liaison team, who manage communications, including to us, into the ferry building with better access to our CCTV and PA announcements. So that should improve coordination across the full services as well. So that's just 2 examples of improvements that are currently being implemented.
Thank you. And any word on the numbers of crew coming from overseas now that we secured that immigration change? And when is the first boat likely to come off of those low emissions ones we funded? Do you know the date for that yet? Those are my last 2 questions.
I don't have an update, and we can come back to you on the timing around 35 crew, given that the immigration settings were only announced or improved last week. In terms of low emission vessels, we have funding for 7 overall new construction vessels. 4 are currently in construction, so 2 with Macmillan and Wing, which are full electric vessels. They are due to go into trial towards the end of next year, I believe. As Mark mentioned, we've just signed the second of 2 contracts with Key West, is it? Key West for 2 new hybrid vessels as well. So there's 4 under construction out of 7 new vessels.
Right, so thanks, Mark. And Councillor Baker finishes off.
So thanks, Stacey. So just spurred on by the comments from Councillor Henderson and the Mayor, in terms of DSI and the contributing factors, do we drill down? All of those, they're all decision-making by drivers, every single one of them. Do we drill down into things like not wearing a seatbelt, which I'm still stunned by the number of people who don't wear a seatbelt. So do we drill down into that? And then do we tailor our road safety education messages into, if we've got an issue that we say in Henderson, they're just not wearing their seatbelts and people are dying. And I just say that as an example, Shane, or Massey. So do we drill down and use that to tailor our road safety education to address hot points, to try and deal with that? Or do we leave it to reducing speed limits and leave it to NZTA and their campaigns?
Through the Chair, and thank you for your question. Yes, we do have quite a lot of detail, and so historically you would have just seen that high level number in terms of SOI, but we're getting obviously a lot better and more recently presenting a lot more sort of data insights to everybody so that you can really understand. So in terms of that targeted engagement, in terms of that, yes, we need to do more of. So are we doing it what I would call concisely right now based on that? No, I don't think we do in terms of that. But if you want a quick rundown, I do have the causal factors right here, and it might be really surprising in terms of that. So, and I do suggest these are causal factors. There might be multiple causal factors involved with any given incident. But in terms of that, there is, in terms of unprotected hazards, is 29%. So that may be, side power poles and things like that on the road corridor in terms of that. No primary treatment when it's an urban fatality is at 80%. In other words, there are no road safety mitigations in the particular area, so that's obviously really high. And when you look at, in terms of alcohol suspected, 71%. In terms of no use of restraint, so not wearing a seatbelt, that's 50%, which is horrendous when you think about it in this day and age. And that's gone up in recent years, so I must stress that point. Learner licence, 29%, restricted licence, 14%, average vehicle star rating, 3.8, no warrant of fitness, 29%. And yeah, that's a broad summary in terms of some of those factors.
Suspected drug use, do you have a?
Yes. In terms of drugs suspected, it's actually at 0. That's only for the 12-month window, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for that presentation. Certainly, Stacey, I think that's you're detecting a real interest in the committee drilling down in some of that detail. Certainly, particularly in respect, is just one example of the motorcycle death and serious injuries, which has been a feature of New Zealand society for decades, but it seems to be getting worse because we have proportionately a lot less motorcyclists than we used to have in the 70s and 80s. So I certainly think we're keen to find out of that, you know, that kind of scandalous figure of 21% of that. So thanks very much, folk. That was a very helpful presentation today. It's been moved by Councillors Baker and Filipina. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thanks very much. And the last is just an information item moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Foley. No questions. Thank you. All those in favour? Against? Against the odds, we have made it before 4 o'clock. Heroic. Thank you, Duncan and team. Sam, Sonia.
Thank you.
And Barry.